Good morning. Ms. Drain, are you available?
Yes, I'm available.
Hi, I represent Reginald Brown. I haven't had any contact with him whatsoever, and I have not received any discovery. I've sent 2 requests in.
Oh, okay.
One other thing, I sent you an email last night about something on another case. I don't know if you received it, hopefully, but right now my immediate concern is Brown.
Okay, just give me a minute.
Thank you.
Mr. Alex.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir. Your client, Mr. Brown, has been calling the court.
He has been what, sir?
He's been calling the court looking for you.
Oh, well,
I do have a phone number for him.
I called the number that's on the appointment order, and I have not received a response. I've left 3 or 4 messages.
Did you hear me, sir? I told you I have a number for him.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm gonna send it to you in the chat.
Thank you.
Did you get it?
I have it now.
Okay. That should be a good number for him because he was calling here.
Okay, that's a different number than it was in the appointment order. I'll give him a call. Thank you, Judge.
All right. Mr. Godwin.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir. You ready on Davis?
I'm ready.
Sir?
20 Miller, Mount Clemens, Michigan.
Hold on a second, sir.
Calling case number 2405-546601 for the state of Michigan versus defendant number 1, Talana Davis, is charged in count 1, assault with a dangerous weapon, count 2, assault with a dangerous weapon.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
Good morning, Your Honor. Sean Godwin, P74500 for Talana Davis. I'm appearing over Zoom.
Are you waiving their presence for purposes of this
Yes.
hearing, sir?
Yes,
What's your pleasure?
I've been in contact with her.
What's your pleasure?
Judge, we have received some discovery, police reports, and 2 body camera videos. It looks like there were other officers on the scene that conducted interviews with the complaining witnesses. So I'm going to ask that Ms. Drain provide those videos.
Yes, I sent you everything that I have, so I will make a request from the officer in charge today to get those videos.
How else would you like to proceed, Mr. Godwin?
I'd like another probable cause conference, and if that's not what the court wants to do, then we can set it for exam.
Court will continue the plea of not guilty and set this matter for preliminary examination. Let's see. Now is February 12th at 9:15.
That will work.
Okay, February 12th at 9:15, bond will be continued.
Thank you.
You ready now, Mr. Alex?
Ready, Your Honor.
Okay, we're ready on the line.
On the case number 2405-549301. People of State of Michigan versus Reginald Brown. Defendant is charged in count 1, assault with intent to great bodily harm, less than murder or less strangulation. Count 2, domestic violence.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
Joseph Alex appearing on behalf of Reginald Brown. I just spoke to him on the phone. He doesn't look like he's on Zoom yet. But nevertheless, this is my first contact with him this morning after Your Honor gave me the new phone number.
Are you waiving his presence for purposes of this hearing, sir?
I am asking you to, sir, Your Honor. I'm asking for an adjourned PCC date so I can get discovery and interview Mr. Brown.
Is there a possibility that this may resolve itself short of an exam?
Judge, I don't have any discovery whatsoever. I haven't spoken to Mr. Brown. I have no idea.
So I can send you the paper discovery, like in 10 minutes, but the digital discovery, I don't have any yet. I made a request for that a few days ago, so I'm just waiting to receive that.
Well, that'll be fine. That'll be fine. When you get it, send it to me, but please, thank you for the paper discovery. That's in or out. Thank you. Judge, I have no idea.
Cause conference to February 16th at 8:30.
Are you setting that as a PCC, Judge?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. February 16th. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Drain.
Thank you.
this week. Case of the Judge Jones.
Okay.
Oh, okay, Judge King. That was cast on.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Ms. Castro. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Good, thank you.
Your Honor, I'm
Mr.
here on
Sullivan?
Mr. Turnbull.
One second. Mr. Sullivan?
This case with the Judge Jackson. With the Judge Jackson.
Mr. Sullivan? Okay, Ms. Castell, you say you're here on Turnbull?
Yes, Your Honor. Up for a probable cause.
I might have an issue, I don't know. But I used to go to school with an Emmanuel Turnbull. Actually, he's a friend of mine. I don't know if this is the same guy or not. This has the same name, or if this is actually him. Can you get Mr. Turnbull to come on?
Yes, give me 1 second, Your Honor.
Okay.
Your Honor, I actually spoke with Mr. Turnbull yesterday and today, and his date of birth as listed is incorrect.
What's his date of birth?
So my client's date of birth is September 11, 2003.
Oh, no, that's not the same person. Okay,
Yeah.
we're ready on Turnbull.
Okay, and he should be logging on, Judge. I believe he's in the waiting room.
It's not my way. We're ready on Turnbull.
Calling case number 2405-549101. For the state of Michigan versus Emmanuel Turnbull. Defendant discharged in count 1, police officer assaulting, resisting, obstructing. Count 2, domestic violence.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
And good morning, Your Honor. Nancy Casta from Neighborhood Defender Service of Detroit, appearing on behalf of Mr. Turnbull, P number 80549.
And what's your pleasure, Ms. Castell?
Your Honor, I'm in receipt of digital discovery in this matter, but I don't have any of the paper discovery. If we can just send that over to me, and then if we can schedule this matter for a preliminary examination at this time.
I'll send it over to you right now.
Thank you, Ms. Drain.
The court will continue the plea of not guilty and set this matter for preliminary examination. How is February 12th at 9:30?
Judge, that is not a good date for me for the defense. I've got multiple matters up that day. Is it possible to do the following day, the 13th?
No, that's my homicide day.
Okay. Would the 16th work?
What about the 14th?
1 second, Judge. Judge, I may be able to do the 14th if it's later on in the morning.
The 14th at 11:30?
11:30 is fine.
So we'll continue to plead of not guilty, set this matter for preliminary examination on February 14th at 11:30. File will be continued.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Upshaw, good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. I'm here on covering for Ms. Bates. And I have
Jordan.
Beverly Jordan. We just want an
Okay.
exam date.
All right. We're ready. Mr. Jordan.
Following case number 2405-549201, people of the state of Michigan versus Beverly Jordan. Defendant discharged in count 1, assault with a dangerous weapon, count 2, domestic violence.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
Good morning, Your Honor. Randall Upshaw standing in for the attorney of record, Melanie Bates. On behalf of Ms. Jordan, she should be in the courtroom.
No one's here.
Because she had problems, so Ms. Bates asked her to be there at 8:15 this morning. I don't know if she didn't check in with the officer.
No, we'll check the hallway again, but.
I apologize, Your Honor. I apologize for that. She may not be there. We're gonna wait. I got her mixed up with her notes from Judge Giles. On behalf of Ms. Jordan, we're asking the court to waive her appearance and just set an exam date.
The court awaits the defendant's presence. Continue to plead of not guilty and set this matter for preliminary examination. Now is February 12th at 9:30.
That's fine, Your Honor. Yes.
Okay, February 12th at 9:30, bond will be continued.
Have a good day, Your Honor.
Thank you too. Mr. Sullivan.
That's fine. Turn this stuff on another page.
Fine. Hey, now how you doing? I wish I had it. Did you make the friend with Christian? No. Okay. Perry supposed to be coming to town for that. Coach. Oh, I don't think he made it. Okay. Okay. Paris did. Oh, yeah, I saw pictures of her.
Good morning.
Good morning, what's your name?
My name is Lisa Johnson, and I want to know if the mayor's had time to talk. My son, his name is John K. Boyd, and you gave him today to the forensic center, and they do not have the paperwork, and I've been calling him for 2 weeks, and have not been able to get any contact or get the right information, and everybody.
Talk to his attorney.
I talked to his attorney, and his attorney said that he's not supposed to do any paperwork to send him to the forensic center. It comes from the court. I talked to him yesterday. Right, okay, yeah.
And I referred you to your attorney.
Right, and the attorney told me that he does not, it's supposed to come from the court. And yeah, but first you also told me that I should call the forensic center.
No.
Okay. But that's why I'm
Remember I
here.
told you the forensic center would contact me if they're missing any paperwork.
Right. Oh, okay, that's, okay, you're right. And I said, well, how is it?
Said you were gonna call the forensic.
Right,
center.
because I had called him before and they said they never received no paperwork. And I was asking, how do they know who he is if they don't have no paperwork for him? So how they gonna contact anybody?
They know. This not his first appointment with them, so they know.
Right, they saw him down, and they said that's the only order that they had. I even called Lansing. I'm his mother, so I'm checking to find out what's going on. You know, I'm not trying to be funny or nothing, but, you know,
Remember I told you if they were missing any paperwork, they will contact.
but they said they don't have nothing to even contact nobody about. They
So
said they saw,
who is they?
okay, the lady, Miss Lisa, at the forensic center, she explained to me that they saw him in the county jail. That's the only testimony he had. They have no paperwork showing where he is supposed to come to the forensic center. They have no nothing, no inkling. So my son is just sitting there. He's not, there is a list, a waiting list. So he's just sitting there and he's not even on the list to even go there. And when you asked me to contact this lawyer, I contacted this lawyer. He told me that he was gonna email you. I don't know if he did or if he didn't, but that's why I'm down here to find out what do I need to do to get everything taken care of for my son.
Let me talk to his attorney. Find out what's going on. Then if we would, we'll take care of it.
So, was he referred?
Yes, yes,
So he had to be re-referred for treatment,
yes,
just in the county jail.
yes.
So he's probably there waiting on the bed.
Yeah, but they don't even have his name nowhere. I called the one in Westland, I called the one in Ann Arbor, I called Nancy. Nobody had nothing on him to do anything with it, so he's just sitting there.
What is your son charged with?
He's charged with
What's his name?
John K. Joente Boyd, P-O-Y-D.
Who's his attorney, Mr. Oakley? So he said, what's his case?
235-98-9701.
His last hearing before he was January what?
So every last hearing is on 12, and he has another hearing in
Maybe order. What's your son's date of birth?
3/25/94.
So you try.
Okay, so Mr. Zimmer said that they do not have finding order of competency for him to treat. So she gave me facts up as well as her email. Send it. Ms. Kleinman,
Yes, good morning, Judge.
good morning. You're here on Hernandez.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, ma'am, we're gonna get that resolved today.
Oh, okay. All right, thank you so much.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you, thank you. You all have a good day.
You too. Yes.
Calling case number 2405-544801, people of the state of Michigan versus Brenda Hernandez. Defendant is charged with count 1, weapons, firearm, discharge from field. Count 2, assault with a dangerous weapon. Count 3, weapons of firearm. Count 4, weapons, firearm, possession by felon. Count 5, domestic violence.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
Good morning, Melissa Kleeman on behalf of Mr. Hernandez. And sir, can you state your name for the record, please?
Brendan Hernandez.
Ms. Kleinman, was there someone else there before? 'Cause I thought I could have swore I was just talking to somebody else.
No, I don't believe so. Mm-mm.
Okay. And what's your question?
He would like to set this for preliminary examination, please.
Court will continue to plea of not guilty and set this matter for preliminary examination. How is February 12th at 10:15?
It should work. Just let me double check my calendar. That would be fine. I'm sorry, what time was it at?
10:15.
10:15? Okay.
Mr. Hernandez, that's going to be in person in 36th District Court, February 12th at 10:15.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Well, that's what it was. I was looking at her picture. So is there an order I need to sign?
Yeah. share.
Yeah. I'll try. Can happen. Hopefully.
Okay.
I used to short steps.
On here. Are all the examples general?
Yes.
Mr. Sullivan,
Good morning, Judge.
you took too long. Your case is now before Judge Giles.
That's all I needed to know, Judge. Thank you.
All right, have a good day.
You too.
Ms. Castleton?
I didn't mind see her, Your Honor, I can just text her now. I emailed you something and you print it out.
Yes.
Morning again, Judge.
Good morning.
Go sit next to you. Okay.
Are we ready on here?
We are ready.
All right, sorry, not the. All right. Hey, good. Calling case 2360648 for the state of Michigan versus Damon Lamont Haygood. Defendant discharged with count 1 homicide, murder, second degree. Count 2, weapons, firearm, possession by felon. Count 3, felon firearm, second offense notice. Count 4, felon firearm, second offense notice. Defendant has an original offender, fourth offense notice, mandatory 25 years sentence. Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Mark Fedorek for the people, P76177.
Good morning, Your Honor. Nancy Passer from Neighborhood Defender Service of Detroit, appearing on behalf of Mr. David, number 8054.
There's the date, time set for preliminary examination. Are we ready to proceed?
We are, Your Honor.
How many witnesses for the people?
Potentially 4.
Do you have any preliminary matters before you call witnesses?
Your Honor, I believe there is a stipulation to the victim's ID that would be Mark David Jr. and then the people will be offering exhibit 1, that's the ME report.
So stipulated?
Yes, Your Honor, as to the ME report and to the ID for examination purposes.
Use those stipulations. Anything else?
Your Honor, just to briefly read from the report, this was a report authored by Dr. Nicole Broom and pursuant to her autopsy on Mark David Jr., which was performed on December 23rd, 2023. Dr. Broom of the Wayne County Medical Examiner's Office did find Mr. David suffered from gunshot wounds to the right shoulder, 2 to the left arm, 1 to the forearm. I did indicate her opinion that the cause of death was those multiple gunshot wounds, and did indicate that her opinion was that the manner of death was homicide. May I approach the report, Your Honor?
You may.
Then the people would call Sergeant Todd. Oh, before I do that, Your Honor, I just wanted to give the court a heads up. The only thing is there's count 2 is felon possession. I did request a copy of the certified copy of the conviction. Haven't received it yet. What I'd like to do is proceed with the exam today, and then at the end of the exam, just ask for a re-adjournment so I can't see that. They may even have it now. Just didn't get a chance to run down there before.
I'll give you an opportunity to see if they have it now, but this matter was scheduled for preliminary examination. Okay, give it at least a week. We'll cross that bridge.
Okay, thank you, Judge. People call Sergeant Todd Nevey. This is gonna do. Your Honor, I guess before I call Sergeant Nevey, I believe the defense may have an objection, so just to address this. So Sergeant Evie would be testifying to the defendant's own statement. Evidence that will be presented following the statement will establish the corpus delicti for the state. And I can give an offer for the wants. The reason I'm calling Sergeant Evie first to get the defendant's statement in is the subsequent witness would be testifying to the events prior to the homicide. The events the prior night to the homicide are relevant to the defendant's explanation for the homicide. If I call her first, then there's going to be objection to 404B as with respect to the incident that you before. This puts into context, playing the defendant's statement first, puts into context why the incident before, the night before, is relevant to the homicide, the actual incident of the homicide.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to that order of calling in your witness. You can't call a witness to testify to a statement given by a defendant first before establishing the corpus delicti. So I will object.
The corpus delicti is usually established with the autopsy or in and of itself.
It could, Judge, but again, I think if we were to get into more details in regards to that, I think the prosecution needs to present more evidence before jumping onto the.
I've had
statement.
cases where all I've had was a statement and the medical exam.
And Judge, the medical examiner doesn't have in there anything in regards to Mr. Haywood.
I'm sorry?
The medical examiner's report does not have.
It doesn't
any-
have to, the medical examiner's report, all it has to show is that some criminal activity took place. The medical examiner ruled this as a homicide, that's all it's needed.
Judge, I'm just objecting for the record.
Objections noted, overruled, thank you.
Thank you.
Swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. Please have a seat. Okay, Kevin, you ready?
Thank you, Judge. Sergeant, could you please, oh, go ahead, you need the microphone, go ahead and set that up. Sergeant, if you could please state your full name for the record, spelling first and last.
My name is Todd Eby, Tobd, last name is spelled Eby.
How are you employed?
I am a sergeant with the Detroit Police Department assigned to the homicide section.
And as part of your duties, do you ever interview suspects?
I do.
And in this particular case, People versus Damon, do you recall interviewing a suspect?
I do on December 22nd of last year.
And do you see that individual in the courtroom?
I do.
You just identify him by an item of his clothing and where he's seated?
Gentleman sitting at defense counsel table dressed in Lake County jail uniform.
So for the record, Your Honor, Sergeant Eby did identify the defendant.
So,
And now, do you recall that gentleman's name? I'll talk.
Damon Haywood, I believe is his name.
Okay. Now, where were you when you interviewed the defendant?
Detroit Police Headquarters on the 5th floor in an interrogation room.
Now, that particular interrogation room, was it equipped with audio video equipment?
It was.
And was that working on that day?
It was.
And was the entirety of your interview, was that audio video recorded?
It was.
And Your Honor, people would offer into evidence, people's exhibit. Number 3, that is the interrogation of Mr. Haywood.
Ms. Castaw's objection is noted for the record. Overruled.
Thank you.
And move to publish.
Okay.
And Your Honor,
Let me make you a call. Okay, go ahead.
Your Honor, I have had difficulty with my audio recently, so if that's the case, I'll just play it from my laptop. And for the record, I'm starting the recording at 2 hours, 51 minutes, 50 seconds. And this is on December 22nd, 2023. Let me just ask Sergeant Eby, does that sound like the date that you interviewed the defendant?
Yes, sir.
Playing the video now. And just pausing the video here, Your Honor. In the court here. Is it
I
loud
was
enough?
trying to turn it up. Just pause it.
Okay. I think it's only playing on my laptop. I can approach it.
Why don't you put it on this microphone down there with you?
This one,
The one at the podium.
this one.
At the podium. The podium. The big thing
Oh,
on
right
there.
here. Okay.
Just do it. You administer.
I think the lady to my right is taking more
I
time.
know, I took a shot at it.
Initial, just acknowledging I'd like to read it. Read it out loud, please.
That's good.
I understand that I have a right to remain silent and that I do not have to answer any questions put to me or make any statements. Any statement I make or anything I say will be used against me in court of law. I have the right to have an attorney, lawyer present before and during the time, and not answer any questions or make any statements. If I cannot afford an attorney, going wrong or unproven without cost by the court prior to any question, I can decide at any time to exercise my right and do not answer any questions or make any statements. We could move everything right there. I understand that these are my rights under law. I have not been threatened or promised anything, and I know I have not provided anything to answer any questions put to me or to legislate. Okay, so if you don't have any questions, everything's clear, you understand. Just go through initial speculation, questions that we do that. Right there. And it's actually the background information for now. Every name, everything, you know, just start down which person. So, do you take my note? H-O-R-G-O. And, where is your information? 27, 1995. What's the highest level of education you can bring in? What is one? So that's one. You don't hear that, yeah, influx of any liquor or drugs, are you? No. Do you drink or smoke or anything? I smoke cigarettes. Okay. Marijuana, I smoke marijuana. Okay. But you know, you're not going to get once in a while. Okay. It's 22nd.
So for the record, I'm pausing the video at 2 hours, 55 minutes, 3 seconds. And I'm going to just jump ahead.
So before we go there, do you have any word there as to voluntariness, Ms. Castle? Okay, court makes a finding the state was knowingly involuntary.
Thank you. For the record, I've jumped ahead to 2 hours, 59 minutes, 5 seconds later. Again, that's 2 hours, 59 minutes, and 5 seconds.
Okay, so just slow down. One thing I have no problem explaining around, but I don't like because of the paper with them. I don't want like. Not saying you say you'll be here, but it's still a delicate situation because it's my family. Like I never wanted this to happen to my family. Like we had it was already an issue before. Like in the past years, like with police and everything. Like our last situation was. It had something to do with us washing or something like that, like some clothes we took out the washing machine, like something simple family stuff. And it's like But, no, I'm sure if this was self-defense issue and you're claiming that you're defending your own right, then tell your story. If you don't want to tell your story, then you don't have to. You can, whatever. There's no pressure. Now, yesterday, okay, I went to the dispensary, grocery store, and I came back. Like my nephew, I guess he was getting off work or something like that. We was with his friend. So, walking up to the porch, and he kind of came back and then like walked up to the porch. So I'm at the corner like of Moraine Eastwood, like approaching when I'm coming from the bus. So his friends out in the morning, so we ride past, like I kind of like glance at his friend a little bit, so not too much, but I keep my head straight, you know what I mean? Like, but I know that I have issues with my nephew. I just be hoping like, because I mean, it wouldn't affect me just friends stuff in terms of it's like I haven't done anything for like feel about me. They're still living together in the same house and stuff like that. Yeah, and my nephew, his name is Mark. The long story short, we had words then because he seen that was yesterday. Yeah, this was yesterday. It leads into the situation of that occurred today. That's why I'm starting from there. I come in the house to where he seems to be approaching. So I see him with his friend drops him off. He's just getting off work. My mom could say the same story, but she was home, she was present. We ended up having words then, but it was more like he seemed to be approaching, he kind of like clearly slammed the door in my face to where it's like, you know, I got the heat at the end. I didn't have to like play it on mine, I didn't, but I still that was yesterday. Okay. So when we had an issue when he came outside, he kept telling me like, come outside, this, that, and the other. Even later, he come outside to where I'm like, I'm not gonna come outside with you because we figured there was a report to where we ended up having an incident to where I ended up making because he was trying to jump on me. Like he's real big. I mean, my nephew and what's all that stuff about me is I feel like deep down inside I should have just took the ass on. I should just let him, you know, take it out for my things I've been shouting for. I'm not no young boy. I didn't want him to hit me wrong or like if he grabbed, he might not let me grab, he might like hit me to where it's like I'm telling him like okay, like I'm done, like don't hit me no more. He like I fear things like that because that's not how I feel. I'm not trying to like oppress somebody or make them or really like make them feel bad or nothing like that. Like I'm 180 pounds. It was never like to do physically to someone that big like this. Crazy. I know he's over 300 pounds. He played football and everything, like linebacker, for them. And it's like he's a senior in high school now. He graduated. He graduated college, but he's not going to college. You know what I'm talking. Okay. Yeah, he's home. He's with my grandma. You know, mama. You know what I mean? We raised him our whole life. I raised him like he's my nephew, but my brother's son. You know what I mean? Like teachers, he said, every school he went to, I was always present when it came to like a meeting, some ceremony, anything where I had to be available for him because my mom worked. His dad was doing these things where he couldn't be available, so I always had to be here, like every day, all day. So it's like, chill, it's not almost like not even almost. I had him maturity than who he came from. He probably my mom because like my mom worked, like she worked postal, she worked the roads. First she worked at Grace Hospital, but that was years ago, waiting for his time. But she worked for postal service. We used to live on the east side of Detroit, and I in like Hoover. But I used to have to watch him every day to where, you know, she would help me out to where I'm still young and still, it's like I was watching him as a teenager, you know what I mean? And then I started having kids, so it's like, it wasn't hard because I had my mom. It was like, your family, like, we never really had to struggle, like, in a sense of we don't have this or we don't have that, we had each other. And my mom worked, like, she would help me every 2 weeks or something like that. She would help me, she would throw me something for watching, like a daycare situation, you know what I mean? Long story short, that situation, like we did him was talking words about him like slamming the door. It's like you see me approaching, like and then he said something like, oh, you gave that to me before or something like that. That's when I mean, I look back, I'm like, wow, like I try to figure where to go with that. So it's like, did I do that to you? You know what I mean? Like Like, was I conscious that I did this, or did I do that? But in the sense, he wasn't that close to the door. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, he didn't know he was close. That's what I'm saying. Because there's been times to where he's been outside with his friends or something like that. So I can coming to the house, I'm coming straight in. Like, everyone sees that even when I'm being watched, I'm straight in the house, turn, go in the house. To where if the door is unlocked, that means I'm there with his friends. To where he doesn't have to lock the door. It's like he's right there. I'm thinking that anybody approached the house like unattended, it's right there. My mom's there in my house. So I would come in, go straight in. So if the door was locked, it had to be a situation where he wasn't invisible or something like that. I wouldn't do that if I make, now think about it, if I locked the door, that made me look bad in the sense of like, oh, he locked the door, he knew I was outside with my friends, but not the doors unlocked for a reason. So I gotta put trust in leaving the door unlocked, knowing that you are aware that the door is unlocked because you're outside and it's around my mom is in the bed or she's in the house, you know what I mean? But that was an issue, it was not, and because of his size, he's like, he already done that. It's like, I bow, but I don't bow. I bow in the sense of like you my nephew, I don't want to go there with you, man. You don't, I go to another in the world, like trying to dodge people that have this hate for people and stuff like that. Like I'm always on camera, on the buses, like you see how I conduct myself, I stay to myself because I know the people, like they try to pull you in, you know, just so you're something wrong. You know what I mean? Like for something they can do. Like I try to.
Yeah, for the record, I'm pausing the recording in 3 hours, 6 minutes, 33 seconds. For the record. And then for the record, I'm restarting the recording at 3 hours, 33 minutes, and 16 seconds. Your Honor, counsel just inquired as to 2 people going to courtroom, whether the witnesses or not. I don't know where they are.
Good morning, ladies. How you doing? What's your name? Are you related to this case in some kind of way?
Yes.
His daughter?
This is what
Okay, you're not witnesses to this argument. Okay.
Thank you, Judge. And again, for the record, I'm restarting the recording at 3 hours, 33 minutes, and 16 seconds.
Did he ever done? Not sure, but I know, I'm not sure. He didn't really place around stuff like that, but that it was just him like saying and whatnot, right? It's just that that's the thing, that's why I was so confused at my mind that because we have been through like this is all fact. We've been through situations where she abused her to where she knows there's no lying not in front of her, she's not gonna allow it. And she's not gonna allow anything that, you know what I'm saying? She would have been right there on some, it would have never happened, he would have never said anything to me. That's you know what's so sad about that? This situation is the worst. It's unforgivable, unforgivable. But my thing is, it always was like to where I would try to leave because she's home. Because it's the dog when you like I was in that situation. He's like, oh, he going crazy, he trying to leave. His voice is on the recording, like with the call. when they get there, I'm still here. And I'm explaining the situation to them, like, I mean, you can tell the story, and I don't want to, right? I mean, you know, where you put the gun down, right? I mean, it is what it is at this point, right? I mean, at least, you know, tell your story and don't make it sound like you're a cold-blooded killer. I'm not. Well, that's not very, that's not very easy story, man. Who doesn't need therapy? I'm not gonna put words in your mouth, man. I mean, if, I mean, it happened, right? It might have been a mistake, but at the end of the day, I don't think you're a cold-blooded killer, right? I mean, you never done the shit, I mean, you've never done something great, ever. You've made mistakes in life, right? That's right. But have you ever killed anybody? No. Okay. So just tell the story, it is what it is. I mean, you're gonna tell the story on tape to a 911 operator. I was scared. Okay. Scared. He's a big boy, he grabbed you. You pulled out your gun and you shot him. Say that. I just wanted to be like, I seen my mama going to so you dress like this. Yes, I'm dressed just like this. I'm just like this. Like, so when I get out of bed, like, I try to get there, all the time I do that. Anybody see me, like, you see that, you see me out there, and you call 911. I call 911. I mean, you made up this. You're not hiding from anything, right? Oh, I'm not, but it is. And I straight, okay? And this is nothing to do with being a police officer, right? This is everything to do about being a father and love. And living on this earth for 53 years, okay? What life experience has taught me, okay, is that when you make mistakes in life and you own it and you're truly sorry and you tell your story and your story is not as bad as what the other person might think it is, because when I walk into a room with a guy who shoots to kill somebody, you know, you, without knowing the story, you automatically have, you know, based on what I do for a living and as a father, you know, you have a negative opinion. But as I sat and talked to you, I learned something about you, okay? I mean, you're a good person who's made some mistakes in life, but your mistakes have never done anything to harm anybody, seems like to me, right? And you did the right thing. You know, in back in my life experiences, when somebody owns something, it's like the punishment is less than it would have been. You know what I'm saying? I know that, but I'm talking about the punishment that comes in the back end of this, right? When you own it, and you probably taught your kids this, that when you make mistakes in life, man up and own it, right? Because the punishment isn't going to be as bad than hiding behind a lie. When you came down the stairs, and you were leaving out, was your intention to kill your nephew before you left that room? Okay. Did you feel, I mean, when he grabbed you, it was an act of aggression? If you had to do all over again, you may not have done the same thing. It's like I can't even get out of that with my big friend. And it's sad because it's like, wow. I wish my mom was nice. I wish she wouldn't have but she would have never said nothing. I would have never said nothing. How many shots did you put? I don't even know. Like I never shot nobody in my life. Never. I believe that I have to answer. I've never done nothing like that. Listen, I've been called a gun. Right? You can try to protect yourself. I was shot down. I was sick from my neighbor took me. I did it. I got caught with, but not caught with, I got charged with a pistol that was my business for because I had an incident with a neighbor. A neighbor lied on me. So when they went in the house, they found a gun and registered to my mom. A lock on it and everything. That's my first time going to prison. What gun was under there? Who's ever did something down the street? Did something off the street. And this was way before this was good. My mom ended up like something happened where people was giving people swings off the porch, like her whole swing got took off her porch and our neighbor up the street, she has a excellent state trooper, her cousin, ex-state trooper, he's real nice, he's a good guy. They had talked with her, took their swing first, then they came back and took ours back a day later, 2 days later. So she had the camera of the guy's face on her ring and whatnot. So she wanted to like show us so we could like see if we know him, we seen him before anything like that. Like it was things that happened in the neighborhood, so I felt like it was sad because I'm not supposed to have no weapon. I know that I've been a convicted felon, and I know that like my gun rights probably every time I was in the store. But I would never think I would have to right back out unless this the things that are in the neighborhood. When I wasn't even from my nephew, but at the same time, it's like he was doing stuff to me where it's like I'm like I can't get him right. I'm going through things in the world and when it comes about my nephew, but I'm not like this. I love it. I gotta take this to a grave. Like so I've never done nothing like this in my life. I don't even know how I'm gonna do that time. So I can't even recall. So when you grab the gun, when you pull up the gun, did he have to walk in at that point? You saw the gun. Or what kind of walking through that? So fast, it was like he grabbed me, I pulled the gun, I shot against him, I seen him, I kind of grabbed him and he pulled up. Okay, he let go, of course, but it's like he was still charged, like he just didn't see, like I just it was hard. It's hard. Because it wasn't like it wasn't like he was still kind of like charged, kind of like still trying to be aggressive. I've never done nothing like this in my life. Like I talked to therapists, like, and then what happened? Like he fell down, right? He fell down. And then what did you do? I didn't know what to do. I had to call the EMS. I called my mom. I'm calling her like I answering, but her phone going straight to voicemail. But not straight, but it's just ringing. It's not going straight to voicemail. It's just ringing. She's not picking up. Even from my phone, like I don't know where it's at. But if I call her, I'm calling her. I eventually, I called 911 too, of course, but I called her just because I felt like, I'm like, oh my God, she gonna come home and see. It got to a point to where I even contemplate suicide because I'm like, oh my God, I'm like, I didn't.
For the record, I'm stopping the recording at 3 hours, 43 minutes and 2 seconds. Sergeant Evie, was that a true and accurate representation of your interview with the defendant?
Yes, it was.
Let me ask you, were you able to get a good look at the defendant either before, during, or after interviewing him?
Yeah, all the above.
Okay. Were you able to determine whether he had any injuries on him?
I did examine him. I did not observe any injuries. In addition, I ordered evidence techs to respond to headquarters, and they photographed him, which they were unable to document any injuries either.
I just wanted to play the 911 recording, and then I wouldn't have any further questions. Sorry, move to admit people's proposed 4. That's the 911 call.
Any objection?
No objection. For example, purposes, Judge.
Admitted.
And move to publish.
Go ahead.
Robert, just for the record, I believe this witness has already listened to the 911 call, correct? Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
And you were able to recognize who was making the 911 call?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that based on the voice?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
Your Honor, I'm going to withdraw that. No further questions.
Cross examine.
Yes, thank you, Judge. Morning, sir.
Good morning.
I'm going to be asking you some questions. If you can't hear me, please let me know. If you don't understand my questions, let me know, all right?
Fair enough.
Thank you. All right, sir, you had an opportunity to meet with Mr. Haygood?
I did.
Okay, and do you remember what time you had met with him?
Sometime around 3 or 4 o'clock PM, I want to say on the 22nd of December of last year.
Sorry, I was trying to close that.
Do you remember what time Mr. Haygood got taken into custody?
I don't, the only timeline I can attach to that is when the officers responded, they almost immediately conveyed him downtown. So I would say within an hour of the incident, maybe.
And do you know where he was put once he got taken into custody? Where was he taken to?
Detroit Police Headquarters to me on the 5th floor.
Is that where you were?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. You began speaking with Mr. Haygood and letting him know that you had already listened to the 911 calls, correct?
I had not listened to them at that point. I had reviewed a written record of them.
What kind of a written?
We have what we call a CAD report that is generated by our communications section. When an individual calls into 911,
Okay, I understand.
their message is reduced to a written transcript.
Okay, and so it's basically the dispatcher putting in the notes or police officers putting in the note?
I would agree with yes, yeah.
Okay, and have you had an opportunity to listen to that 911 call
Yes.
afterwards? Correct?
Yes,
All right, and you would agree that Mr. Haygood sounded shaken up from the 911 call?
I agree with that.
And as we listened to the interrogation, he had requested EMS to come on the scene, correct?
Yes,
And he gave them the address to the location, correct?
correct.
Having conducted the interrogation, Mr. Haygood had referenced seeking mental health care previously, correct?
Yes,
Did you find out whether or not he was on any medication or should have been on any medication at the time that you were speaking with him?
I did not.
How long would you say that the interrogation was, sir? About 3 hours, would be fair?
I think that's probably fair.
All right, and you would agree that, was it reduced to writing?
A portion of it.
Okay, and so not everything was reduced to writing, correct?
No,
Do you agree that you had left out, the part where Mr. Haygood describes the decedent as somebody who's being big, as in he weighed more than he did?
I don't know if the written record includes that, but he did provide me that information.
Okay, but it wasn't included in the written part, correct? You had left that out?
If you say it's not, I trust
Would
you.
you like, that's fine, no, well, if you would like to look at it, I'm happy to let you look it over, just to make sure.
Sure.
Okay.
Thank you. Sir, can you just want to review it and then let me know when you're done?
I stated I would agree that there, I do not reference the size, height, or weight.
Okay, and you also don't include information in the written part of it that Mr. Hagan indicated that the defendant intended to harm, correct?
I would disagree with that. I think there's enough in there that a logical person would make that inference. I can
Sure.
read it verbatim, just one of the lines that I observed,
Sure.
as I looked at it. My nephew came out of his bedroom and we had words. Mark told me that he better get me before he gets me. Mark then grabbed me in the chest and I pulled out my gun and shot him. So clearly there's a physical altercation.
Okay, so you shoot that, and I'm sorry, you said, I think there might have been a miswriting in there. You should it have read that the decedent had said, you better get me before I get him.
Yes.
So meaning that the decedent told him that Mr. Hagan should get him before the decedent would get him first, correct?
I agree with that. Yes.
Thank you, sir. And as to the reference in regards to whether or not the decedent had any weapons on him that Mr. Hagan knew of, as we listened to the interrogation video, his response to your question was that he wasn't sure whether or not he had. Correct?
I'm just gonna object that the party says what the defendant said. No, why the sergeant should be satisfied.
Because it's different than what he has in his statement.
But, well, the question was as to what the defendant said. As I indicate that was played.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Ron. Sir, as we listened to the interrogation video, Mr. Haygood indicated that he wasn't sure, he didn't know whether or not the decedent had a weapon. Correct?
He said he never saw the victim with the weapon.
He said his words were, he didn't know.
I would disagree. That question was asked a couple different times in the interrogation. I know at least on one occasion, he indicated that he never saw the victim with a weapon.
Okay, and does he say that he didn't believe that he had a weapon? He doesn't say that, correct?
He didn't see him with a weapon.
Okay. Fair enough, thank you. Sir, this, like we said, the interrogation itself was about 3 hours long. The written statement is only about a page and a half. Would you agree with that?
I agree with that, yes.
Judge, nothing further at this time.
You reiterate?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
People would call Elizabeth Haygood.
Your Honor, can we, that they offered through us to this next witness?
So first with respect to this 404B objection, is that what this is addressing?
I just want to know what we offered.
What else do you need?
So, so Mrs. Haygood is gonna address the incident that occurred prior to the shooting.
Why is it relevant? Are you moving to change the charge to first degree?
It's relevant to intent, to the defendant's state of mind, with respect to second.
Don't we already have that in the state? So,
And again, you know, I guess you're gonna have to defer to your judgment. I guess the first thing is I would like to preserve Mrs. Hartgood's testimony, Haygood's testimony.
come on in, man.
If there's any,
You have her name already?
Elizabeth Haygood,
Please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Please have a seat in the witness box next to me. Voice a nice amount of speaking to that mic. You just pull out of yes, just natural. Just a little bit. There you go. There's going to be a microphone to your left once you sit down. You can actually place that in your lap and speak directly into that.
I am object to this witness testifying as to prior incidents that may have, if that's what the prosecutor is going to say about her, I am object to.
we are again, what I anticipate Mrs. Haygood to testify to is the incident that the defendant referenced.
Why don't you approach? Okay, we'll go back to it. Hey, man, we're going to excuse you. It turns out after sidebar discussion, your testimony will not be used today. So you can set something. We are back on the record on People versus Haygood. So again, after sidebar discussion, it was determined that the last witness would not be allowed to testify in that she is giving or give testimony of prior alleged incidents by the defendant in which he was the aggressor. Defense counsel was objecting, indicating that she didn't receive any notice of that. Mr. Bedard's response is that no notice was required at preliminary examination. That's only at trial. This court indicated that, quite frankly, I don't think it's needed for purposes of this preliminary examination, in that I believe the statement that was proffered by the defendant satisfies the elements of second-degree murder. But I don't even think you need to call any other witnesses. But you made it known to the court that you wish to call at least one more.
Can I just respond to the second 404B, just to make it. So just quoting from the rules, this is 404B, and then in section 2, with respect to notice, the prosecution in a criminal case shall provide written notice at least 14 days in trial or orally on the record, etc. It doesn't indicate anything about any other type of proceeding, including preliminary exam. Therefore, the court rule itself does not require written notice. Nothing else, and no other legal authority that requires notice. Now, that being said, I've spoken to Ms. Casta on a number of occasions, at least a couple of occasions. I did talk to her about my intent to offer the testimony from Mrs. Haygood that would reference the incident the prior day on the 21st that the defendant discussed in his statement, as well as another prior incident from March of that same year, about 6 months ago, where the defendant had acted aggressively as well. Both those incidents are relevant to the defendant's state of mind. They are relevant with respect to his intent and negating any allegation of self-defense. So again, my position is it is admissible at the preliminary exam. I did want that testimony to be permitted to preserve that for circuit court. I respect the court's ruling, and I'll take it up with the circuit court, but for the record, that was the reason for offering that evidence.
Whether it's allowed at preliminary examination or not. In fact, I've seen situations where preliminary examination and trial have been used interchangeably in terms of when the defendant has rights to certain things. In any event, what you indicated to the court on record, these other instances, at least one of them sounded very remote from the day of this incident. And I think to allow that would be more prejudicial than COVID, even if you're allowing it to show the defendant's intent and so forth. I think it's too far removed to be appropriate, more so prejudicial. Castro?
I would agree with that, Your Honor.
Okay. Federal.
I just one final witness, Your Honor, Officer Gregory Alexander.
Sir, please step forward. You have his name, Madam Clerk. Please step forward, raise your right hand, sir. Sir. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I swear, Your Honor. Thank you, sir. Please have a seat. The witness box next to me. Yes, sir. And again, you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Officer, could you please state your full name for the record, spelling first and last?
Alexander Gregory, ALEXANDER, GRE.
And how are you employed?
Detroit Police Department, police officer.
Now, do you recall being on duty on that particular day? On the day of December 22nd, 2023 in that capacity?
Yes, sir.
And do you recall being called to a homicide scene?
Yes, sir.
And you recall the address?
Yes, sir.
And what was the address?
15440.
Now, and is that in the city of Detroit, county of Wayne, state of Michigan?
Yes, sir.
And you recall approximately when you arrived at the scene?
Approximately 1 o'clock.
Now, once you got to that location, what did you do?
Once I arrived at that location, I knocked on the door due to the nature of the police department. While knocking on the door, I heard a voice ask, "Who is it?" It was already by Detroit Police Department.
And what happened next?
After I replied to Detroit Police Department, I heard the door open, and I heard Mr. Haygood say, "I surrender," with his hands up, and toss out a red cross green bag.
And then what did you do with respect to Mr. Hagan? What did you do with respect to Mr. Hagan?
With respect to Mr. Haygood, I then placed him in handcuffs and placed him in the back of my scout car and secured that red cross green bag.
Okay. And did you have an opportunity to look inside the bag?
Yes, sir.
And what did you see?
I saw a black revolver in the bag, along with multiple rounds, along with a cigarette. That was located inside the bag.
I may approach the witness, Your Honor.
You may.
Now, with respect to that revolver, I'm just showing you the marked as People's Exhibit 25. What is that?
That's
okay. Do you recognize that particular gun?
Yes, sir.
And how so?
Due to the tape being on the handle, also being on the head.
Okay. So was that the gun that you found in Mr. Haygood's bag?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now I'm just going to show you People's Exhibit 5. Can you take a look at that? And what is that?
That is the home, sir.
The home you responded to?
Yes, sir.
All right. And now I'm going to show you People's Exhibit 7. If you can take a look at that. What is that?
That is the living room where I saw.
Okay. Okay. Now, with respect to those photos I showed you, so those are People's Exhibits 5, 7, and 25. Those are true and accurate representations of your observations. People to offer into evidence, people to 7, 5, 7, and 25.
Any objection?
One second. No objection for the merits and
Admitted.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Cross-examine.
Your Honor, I don't believe I have any questions.
Okay, thank you, sir. You missed it.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And no further witnesses, Your Honor. Thank you.
Any witnesses for the defendant?
No, Your Honor.
People.
Just one second. Your Honor, so again, as I indicated at the beginning of the exam, just did have a hang up with respect to that certified copy of the conviction. So again, it was requested last week. Didn't get an opportunity to check in with the circuit court clerk before running over here.
Let me ask you this, Mr. Fedora. Doesn't the defendant admit in his statement that you played in court here today that he had a prior conviction for carrying a concealed weapon?
And I'll defer to the court whether that's sufficient. Again, I'd have to adjournment if not.
I believe he admits to it and he gives some other detail about it. I have to go back and look at it again, but I did note that.
He did say, he didn't indicate he's not supposed to have a gun. He said he wasn't sure if he had, if he had reinstated his rights, I think, at one point. That may be sufficient. I would like the certified copy of convictions to make sure all the
Yes, Your Honor. Judge, as to the count of felony firearms sentence, I would object to that while he does mention that he may have had a prior felony. I don't know if that would, I guess we don't have the certified record to know exactly what it was that he was convicted of and whether or not he was a felony firearm, because he is charged with a felony firearm setting. So I would object to felony firearm setting offense notice and charge.
Your Honor, with respect to the second offense, that's a sentencing enhancement. It's not an element, so people don't have to.
We're talking about as it relates to count 2, weapons, firearms, possession by felon.
Right. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead. Question of memory, does the defendant tell us that he was convicted of carrying a concealed weapon?
I don't believe so, not from what
He said he was charged with something. It's I can replay that portion if the court wants.
You can. In fact, that's what I was trying to do. Okay, so I tell you what, it's gonna take me all day to find it. So I'm going to grant people's request for an adjournment to admit that one piece of evidence. And Mr. Word, when are you gonna have that?
And I may have it this afternoon, but the court could just give me, I guess.
Maybe it's Thursday.
I'll be here Thursday.
Are you available, Ms. Castro?
Checking the honors. Your Honor, I am going to be in the building. I would just ask that it be not at 11:30 because I am scheduled for a preliminary examination at
And you
11:30.
can, around 10?
Perfect.
Let's do 10 o'clock. What time is your exam?
11:30, Your Honor, I'll be here at 10, that's fine. Thank you.
Donald, we continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, you guys can get set up. How you doing today? Good, how are you? All right. So I have a party here on Christopher Baldwin.
People are here, Your Honor.
You're on here as well. It's my board day. Yeah. See Mr. Notes. Come here, Mr. Notes. Morning, sir. How you doing today? I'm doing all right. How are you? All right. Ready, Mr. Baldridge?
Your Honor, can I have just 1 minute to make sure all the witnesses are here? Oh, thank you.
He's on the way.
Okay. Yeah.
Mr. Notes.
You ready to go?
Yes, what's your name? to the seat next to your attorney.
If I can just have a couple minutes, and just make sure everybody's accounted for outside.
Okay.
Thank you. All right, gentlemen, are you ready? Ready on behalf of Mr. Baldridge.
We are here.
Calling case 2359014, people of the state of Michigan versus Christopher Allen Baldridge. Defendant is charged in count 1 homicide, murder, first degree premeditated. Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning again, Your Honor. Mark Fedoric for the people, G76177.
May it please this honorable court, order notes G42796 of the Neighborhood Defender Services Detroit on behalf of Mr. Christopher Baldridge, who's standing next to him. Please tell the judge.
There's a date and time set for preliminary examination. Are we ready to proceed?
People are ready, Your Honor.
How many witnesses?
I'm anticipating 3 or 4.
Do you have any preliminary matters before you call witnesses?
Only, Your Honor, stipulations. So first, with respect to the victim's identification, victim being Justin Caraba, there is a stipulation. Is that correct, counsel?
Yes.
And then with respect to there's video that was produced from the Exxon gas station in this incident, as well as body cam footage. And my understanding is there's stipulations to that as well.
Yes, Your Honor, I stipulate to its offenses.
All right, court receives that stipulation also.
And then there's a 911, which I believe is stipulated to with respect to the foundation.
Stipulate also.
Court receives that stipulation.
And then the people would offer into evidence. People would offer into evidence what's been marked as People's Exhibit 1. Actually, before I do that, just to read in part from that report.
First objection, admission of charge. Any objection?
No objection. It's
admitted.
And just to read in part from the report, so this was this reflects the autopsy conducted by Dr. Blockman's son on the person of the victim, Justin B. Caraba. This was performed on September 20th of 2023. And within this report, Dr. Sun does indicate that his opinion is that Mr. Caraba's death was caused by multiple stab wounds, and then further indicates his opinion that the manner of death is homicide. Approach.
Amen.
And Your Honor, with that, people would call Aaron James.
Your Honor, before we proceed, I simply would ask that there be a mutual sequestration.
I don't know who those gentlemen are.
Those are members of Mr. Baldridge's family.
I take it none of you are witnesses to this, right?
No, none of it is.
All right. Let me just get your names for the record. What's your name, sir? I'm the father of Quincy Adams Baldridge. Nice to meet you, sir. Your name, ma'am? Can you spell your last name for me? Okay, Greenberg. And your name, sir?
Justin Baldridge.
You are brother? All right. Sir, there doesn't appear to be any other witnesses in the courtroom. Ladies and gentlemen out there in YouTube, and if you are a witness or potential witness in court, you are welcome. Sir, do you have his name? Please raise your right hand, sir. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yeah. And please have a seat in the witness box right next to me. voice up nice and loud and speak into that microphone that's to your left. Okay, to pick that up and place it in your lap and speak directly into that voice in your ear, okay? You can pick up, no, not that one, big on the stick. Yes. Maybe when you're ready.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning again, Mr. James. I'm just gonna have you state your full name, and if you can spell your first and then spell your last as well. Go ahead.
Duran James, DARON JAMES.
Thank you, Mr. James. Now, I'm just gonna ask you a few questions, and then when I'm done, then Mr. Noakes is gonna ask you some questions, okay? Now, first, Justin Lee Carava, is that someone that you didn't know?
Oh, yes, that was my friend.
Okay. And he passed away, is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And I'm sorry to hear that. I'm just gonna ask you some questions about his passing. 1 second, Your Honor. Mr. James, do you recall the date of September 18th, 2023?
Yeah.
And if you can just say yes or no. So is that a yes?
Yeah. That's the day of his death, right?
I just want to make sure though that you say yes as opposed to yeah or okay? Does that make sense?
If that's the day of his death date, then yeah.
Thank you. Now, on that particular day, so the day that Mr. Carava died, were you with him?
Yes, he had picked me up after he had left work.
Okay, and what kind of car was he driving?
It was a black one. I didn't know the name or the brand of it.
All right. And where did you go?
Well, when he had picked me up, we had was supposed to go. He had called me from his work phone, and I was at a hotel. He had said that he wanted me to ride with him to Battle Creek, where his father stayed at, and to get some money from his dad to get a phone. And by me having my cellular device, I was the GPS person, and to call his dad. That's how I let his dad know that he had passed away.
Okay, thank you. And then you ultimately didn't get to Battle Creek, is that correct?
No, he stopped for like a mile.
Okay. Now let's talk about so the last place that you went with Mr. Carava. Remember where that was?
That was the gas station.
Okay. And do you happen to know the address of the gas station?
No, but it was on Central and Vernon at the Valero. It was the called Exxon.
All right. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as people's proposed 2, and then people's proposed 3. Does that look familiar to you?
Yeah.
Okay. What are people's proposed 2 and 3? What are those showing?
What
are these 2 photos showing?
There's the crime scene.
Okay. Is that the gas station that you went to?
Yeah.
And these 2 photographs, is that accurate as far as what the gas station looked like?
Yeah.
And is that yes?
Yes.
Thank you. People who offer into evidence, people who exhibits 2 and 3.
Any objection?
No,
Admitted.
All right, now tell me about, so when Mr. Carava first pulled into the gas station, was there anything, and take a minute if you need, James. Let me know when you're ready.
There's some water. Thank you, officer. Appreciate it.
Are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay. So just getting back to when you got to the gas station, do you remember observing anything when Mr. Carrabba got to the gas station? Was there anything stood out to you?
Not for real, just the same stuff, different day. It's just, I thought he wanted me to go around to, get him some money from his dad.
So let me ask you this, Mr. James, was there anybody else you saw that you recognized when you got to the gas station?
I'm just doing his normally thing that he do all day, every day.
Okay, so when you got to the gas station, did either of you get out of the vehicle, you or Mr. Carrabba?
When he first pulled up, I didn't get out the gas station. He went to go get the Black and Mild. He came back in the car.
And that's Mr. Carrabba?
Yes, Justin, which is my friend. I was on the passenger side seat with my seatbelt on. He was like, that's the person I had got into it with a couple of days ago. And I'm like,
Okay, and then when he said that, did you see anybody?
yeah.
And who was it you saw?
I
Okay,
don't
you need
know.
to give a name, do you know the name?
I don't know his name, I just know he was a resident.
Okay, so let me ask you this, Mr. James. You do remember what he looked like?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you see that person in this courtroom right now?
Yeah.
Okay. If you can just tell the court, like, item of his clothing, the color, and then where he is in the courtroom. Can you do that?
Yes.
Go ahead.
It's the person who don't have a heart. I don't know how many people in the courtroom that don't have a heart, but.
Mr. James, I'm gonna need an item of clothing and just the color. Can you do that?
He got on green clothes right now.
Okay, and are you able to point to him?
Yes.
Go ahead and do that. You are let the record reflect that Mr. James is pointing to the defendant and also identify an item of his clothing. Let the record reflect Mr. James is identifying the defendant.
So.
Now, so what happened? What happened while you were inside the car?
Well, when he got in the car, when we pulled up, he was like, that's the person that he had got into it with a couple of days ago. And I said, who, him? Like, not to be rude or disrespectful, but I'm like, shit, comments go. I'm like, why the fuck going on with the dog too? Because he don't fuck with anyone.
Okay, now let's just kind of jump ahead here. So when you saw the defendant, what was he doing?
Well, he was just walking up and down the street, which he normally does.
Okay, now at any time did the defendant approach your car?
When Justin got back in the car and he told me that Justin was trying to pull off, they had words, I don't know what was said, but Justin pulled out and pulled back in. Like it was two exits, the entry exit and then the exit.
Okay, and then when he pulled back into the gas station, correct? Yes?
Yes.
Okay, did he stop?
Yes.
Okay, so the vehicle was stopped at the gas station? Yes?
Yes.
Okay, and then what was the defendant doing at that time?
I don't know. He was walking up to the car at first, and then he was bagging up when Justin got out the door. And I just grabbed Justin back in his pants, like, no, just come out, because I know something wrong with him.
Okay, and then at that point in time, was there anything said between the defendant and Justin?
When I grabbed Justin,
Mr. James, just
he
wait.
said, oh, bitch, you have a nice, what you want me to wait for?
Just wait for me to finish the question, then answer the question, okay? I just don't want to be speaking over you, okay? So, what was said between, the defendant and Mr. Trible once they were outside the car?
Say that one more time.
What was said between the defendant and Mr. Trible once they were outside the car?
Like, that's like, what was they doing?
Did you hear what they were talking about?
Yes.
Okay, what was that?
He wasn't saying nothing. But Justin was saying something, but the other person wasn't.
So the defendant wasn't saying anything?
No, which one, what's the defendant? Is that the, what is the defendant? That's.
So the individual that you knew, but you don't know his name, correct?
Okay, so that's the defendant, yes.
So I'll just refer to him as the defendant.
Okay.
Make sense?
Mhm.
And so you didn't hear what the defendant said, is that right?
No,
Uh,
I just heard what Justin was saying.
okay. Now, was there anything about the tone in which Justin was speaking? Was he yelling? Was he talking softly? Was he just talking normally? Anything that stood out?
When he got out the car, he was like, I had grabbed him, and he gave from me, and he was trying to square up with him. And he was like, oh, bitch, you got a knife? Like, you got a knife? And he was trying to get back to his car to pop the trunk.
Let me stop you there. You said that, so Justin was squaring up with the defendant?
When he hopped out the car.
Okay. And what do you mean by squaring up?
Like, then fighting, saying.
Okay, all right. And then, so tell me what happened
As
when.
he was walking up.
Okay, so then he came back. Just a second. Tell me what happened when Mr. Crowley came back to the car.
Well, when Justin Carrera got out the car, he was walking up towards the car as he was getting out. So it was like meeting each other. It was meeting each other, you know. But he had what did he do?
So Mr.
He was
James
coming back to the car.
Okay, what happened when he came back?
He was coming back to the car and was trying to pop the trunk. And the trunk opened. He was trying to go towards it, but shit, he ran up.
Okay, and then so just to clarify. So Mr. Caraba went up to who?
To what's his name again?
The person who you don't know is.
Okay. Yes, he had went up to him and he was trying to battle, like, you know, fight him. And he noticed that he had a knife. So he came back to the car and hopped the trunk. And before he went to the truck, he came with the knife towards him.
Okay, and then what happened?
Justin was like, I didn't think he was gonna stab him with the knife. I didn't think that. He was like, bitch. Like as you, Justin, like as you fighting, you're gonna say like, you know, words, you know, as you fighting. And I looked and I was on the passenger side seat with my seatbelt on and I'm beeping the horn like, y'all stop. I'm like, Justin, come on, y'all stop. And I didn't know that he was stabbing them. So when I looked in the back window and I noticed like, and I had tried to get my seatbelt on like, y'all, oh no. You know, and by the time I got out the car, shit, he was finished with him and he was, I'll be coming around the car, here I come.
So Mr. James, let me just clarify. Did you see the two fighting?
That's what I said. I had looked at
noticed. Let me ask you, what was there anything about how Justin was he swinging at the other person or what was he doing?
They was fighting. He was swinging. I thought he was swinging too, but shit, them wasn't swinging. That wasn't punching.
Okay, so the other person that Justin was fighting with, what did you see him doing? Can you describe what you saw the other person do?
He wasn't making no face.
As far as his arms, was his arms doing anything?
Yeah, it was shit moving around, swinging.
Okay, and then eventually that stopped. Is that right?
Yeah.
The fight stopped. Okay, so where did Justin go after the fight stopped?
He had, when the fight stopped, I don't know what made it stop. But when I had got out the car, Justin's dog had jumped out the window. Her name was Maya, and she had jumped out the window as they was getting to it. And so when you ask the question, where did Justin go? When when they finished, I had got off the car. The car was right here. I looked at Justin. He was like, my dog. Like, he was like, bitch, my dog had dropped. I just dropped, like, and I'm like, oh my God,
Who
no,
dropped?
Justin.
Okay. He dropped after he saw said something about his dog?
After he finished stabbing Justin up, he was on his way to me. And as he was on his way to me, Justin looked at me and was like, my dog, and dropped it. I'm like, oh my God, you're going to jail. And I'm like, no, don't stab me, don't, I'm like, I'm the same person that had gave you $1 for a black amount like months ago.
And you said that to who?
Him.
So
The
defendant.
killer.
Okay. The other person who stabbed Justin.
Yeah.
Okay.
And he bagged up. It was just, no, like, oh yeah, bitch, I was about to get you too. Like,
okay. And then what did you do?
Shit. I said, oh my God, no. You going to jail. Somebody help me. Help me.
Okay. And did you go anywhere or did you just stay there?
When somebody came to help me, I was trying to go get his dog. And I had hopped and I know Maya was running home. And it was just to stay right down the street. And I had got in his car when I got help and people was coming to help. I was like, put him in the car, the ambulance not gonna come in time.
Okay, so hang on. So you got into Justin's car and did you drive away then?
Yes, to go get his dog, but I couldn't find it, so I came back.
All right, now when you got back, was the defendant still there, the person who stabbed?
No, because when he had dropped shit, he already left. When I was like, oh my, like I said, when he already got home.
And then what did you do with the car?
I had parked it on the side of where they had came and got me, which is across the street from these apartments, behind the apartments.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
I don't know.
Mr. James, I'm going to show you what it marks as people's proposed for. Okay.
Those are apartments after car.
Okay. Just wait for the question. So people's proposed for, what is that? The photo I'm showing you, what is that?
There's the alley across the street from the gas station.
Okay, and what did you do with the car there?
I had parked it there.
Okay, and is it, and then we see a police car and then another car behind that?
That was it there, right there.
Okay, let me show you people's proposed 5. You recognize that?
Yes, that's where I had parked it.
Okay, is that Justin's car?
That's his dad's rental. His dad got it for him, but yes, that's the one that me and Justin, that's the one he picked me up in.
Okay, thank you. Now I'm gonna go back to people's proposed 4. So Justin's car, is that the black car behind the dumpster?
Yeah, no, behind the dumpster, that's a truck. But next to the police car, that's Justin's car.
It's the black car that you see in this photo?
Yes, next to the police car, on the side of the red car.
Okay, thank you. People are offering evidence, people's proposed 4 and 5.
No objection.
Admit.
Now, when you saw Justin collapse, how long was that? Right after was that right at the end of the fight, or how long after the fight?
Objection.
How long that
Hang on a second.
Objection to the question. It's vague.
He said, what happened? Hang on a second. Oh, look at that.
I can rephrase the question, I guess. Do you remember? Actually, I'll withdraw that. Mr. James, did you get an opportunity to view a video of this incident prior to testifying to today?
What do you mean by viewing the video?
Have you ever watched the video of the incident you just described today?
No, not yet.
No? Okay. All right. I'm gonna show you a video and ask you if you can identify that, if you recognize anything in it, okay?
You said like a video of him getting murdered? I
Um,
don't wanna see that. I ain't gonna cap, like, I'm already going through it, and I'm not trying to see that. So if that's what you're talking about, please don't show me that. Like, I'm already, messed up. I don't want us to see that.
that's fine, Mr. James. Your Honor, 1 second. Mr. James, did you ever see anything in the defendant's hand when the fight was going on?
No.
Okay. And, did you ever call 911? Did you ever call 911 after this incident?
I called Justin dad.
Okay.
Cause they was already calling 911 when I was screaming, somebody help me.
Now, you described that Mr. Trible opened up the trunk at one point, is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now,
Yes, my bad, yes.
Now, after he opened the trunk, did you get an opportunity to look inside the trunk?
Yes.
And what did you see inside the trunk?
It was Justin gray hoodie. I think he was trying to put it on, just in case he do get cut. That's just what I had thought.
Now, did you see a firearm, a gun inside the trunk?
No.
Did you see a knife inside the trunk?
No.
Did you see any other weapon inside the trunk?
No, only thing I seen was like a hoodie.
Now, just to clarify,
Was it a hoodie you said? Yes, it was a gray hoodie, yes, a gray hoodie.
Okay, so just to clarify, did Justin ever get to the trunk at any time once it was open?
No.
Okay, no further questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examine.
Good morning, Mr. James.
Good morning.
I understand that this is a trying event for you. But let me just ask you this so that I'm clear about what your condition is this morning. Have you taken any kind of narcotics or drugs this morning?
No, why do you ask that?
Because I want to make sure that your head is clear as you give your testimony.
Yes.
Okay, you haven't had any alcohol to drink this morning?
No, I don't drink or smoke.
Okay, good. Now, you mentioned in your testimony that you thought Mr. Baldridge was kind of slow.
You said I thought or thought?
You said during your direct examination that Mr. Baldridge was kind of slow.
Yeah, I said that like,
Okay. Hang on a second.
I never said he
Hang on a
thought he
second.
was kind of slow. I said it like he slow, to me,
Here's the way we're gonna do this. I'm going to ask a question. When I'm finished with the question, you will answer the question. And I'd appreciate it if you would only answer the question that I am asking you so that we can make this a coherent transcript. Do you understand that?
Mm-hmm.
You have to say yes?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you said that Mr. Baldridge appeared to be kind of slow. Is that correct?
Yeah.
What did you mean by that?
It's like, just, you could tell something's off.
Do you mean something was off mentally or physically?
Mentally.
Mentally. And had you encountered Mr. Baldridge before this day?
What do you mean?
Have you seen him or been close to him or in contact with him before the 18th of September?
Not that I know of, no. But I see him any other day.
Okay, so you've seen him around. And
is that yes? Yeah, my bad, yes, I apologize.
And based upon your having seen him around, your view was he was mentally off.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yes,
yes, my bad.
No, no,
Yeah.
All right. Now, when Mr. Crowther got out of the car, you tried to stop him from getting out of the car, is that correct?
Yeah,
He got out of the car anyway.
yes, he yanked from me, I was grabbing his hand.
Okay, and he assumed a fighting stance, is that correct?
Yeah,
And at that time, did Mr. Baldridge assume a fighting stance?
he was already walking up to the
But he
car.
hadn't assumed any kind of a fighting stance.
I mean, yeah,
Well, what do you mean? Yeah.
was walking up with your fist balled up. I mean,
Okay,
I
so-
mean, fighting stance, it don't,
Okay.
you could just be sitting there looking like you're not about to fight, but you know, you should always be ready.
Did he appear to be ready to fight Mr. Carrabba?
Yeah,
Is that a yeah? or
yes,
no?
yes, that's the yes,
Okay, you're sure about that?
yes.
Okay. And at some point, Mr. Carrabba came back to the vehicle and reached in to pop the trunk. Is that correct?
Before the fight stands, yes,
Okay, and the trunk lid came up.
yeah,
Did Mr. Baldridge ever look inside that trunk?
no,
So he had no idea.
I don't know.
Well, either he did or he didn't. Did he ever look inside the trunk from what you saw?
I don't know. I can't say yes or no,
Did
because I
you
don't know,
see
so I'm
him?
like, I'm
I'm
not
asking,
lie.
I'm asking what you saw. Did you ever see Mr. Baldridge look into the trunk of that car?
So the witness may be having trouble with that question,
Right.
he can't see through within his eyes.
Yeah, I'm saying, did he see Mr. Baldridge look into the trunk or approach the trunk?
Approach the trunk? I don't know about that, there was so much stuff going on, but when Justin was on his way towards the trunk, they were both near the trunk.
Now, on that day, your face was clear?
Yeah,
You didn't have a ski mask on?
yes, I had this thing that's on for my hair, I had to push my hair out and my stuff was nappy at the time, so.
So as Mr. Baldridge approached, he
I-
sees you with a ski mask.
You can't testify with someone else.
Okay, I'm sorry, Your Honor. You had a ski mask on at the time of this fight.
Yes, at the time I was with Justin
There's no question right
by
now.
going to the store.
Sir, there is no question.
You asked me a question.
I
I'm
asked your
answering.
question, you answered. So please, let's do this
Can I get some
coherently.
water, please? Thank you.
Now, when Mr. Carrabba stated, "Bitch, you got a knife," did you hear any words from Mr. Baldridge?
You ain't said nothing the whole time.
Okay. And then at the end of this, when you say that Justin had fallen into the street and was bleeding, you left to go find his dog?
No,
What did you do?
I yelled, help, help, help until they came. And when I know that my friend was getting help, you know, more than I could do, because somebody else might have, you know, medical experience. I was still focused on, he still wanted me to get his dog. I was gonna bring the dog back to him. Because that was basically like his last words.
And you know those words last.
Yes. Yes.
No further questions in this witness.
Can you redirect?
No, Your Honor, nothing further.
Thank you. Oh, I do have a couple of questions. You said that the vehicle that you and Mr. Ferraro was in had left the gas station and then came back, is that right? Yes, that's like you pulling in and, oh, I forgot something. Okay, so As you guys came back into the gas station, where exactly was the defendant, the person you identified?
He was near the pump.
Was he in the vehicle?
No, he was walking.
He was walking, okay. So when you came back into the gas station, how do the two of them come into contact? Does he pull the car up to the defendant? Does the defendant walk over to where you are?
He was, I don't know, one of them, as they was asking me a question, I said they met it up.
So they came towards each other?
Yeah, they met it up towards each other.
So Mr. Caraba got out of the vehicle, and as he was getting out of the vehicle, the defendant was approaching as well.
Yeah.
And Mr. Caraba said something about a knife. Oh, you got a knife.
Yeah.
And did you see the knife at that time?
No.
Okay.
But I knew it was something was
So
going
when he
on.
says, "Oh, you got a knife," then Mr. Caraba tries to pop the trunk and go towards the trunk. But before he gets to the trunk, they get into what you saw was a fight, right?
Yeah.
All right. And then after this melee, if you will, you see Mr. Caraba. You see any injury to him?
Yes.
What kind of injury do you see?
It was a lot. It was stab wounds and blood.
I see. And then that's when he walks towards you and says something about his dog, and then he collapsed.
Yes.
The defendant also had walked towards you and said something about, "Well, I was gonna get you too."
He didn't say nothing.
I'm sorry, I thought you said.
Yeah, his body language was giving, like, he was walking up with the knife, and I'm like, hey,
So he never said those words.
no,
That was
but
about
when he was walking away, it was like, like, I'm walking up and you like, no, hey, this guy's right here, like, oh, okay, because I was not with you, like, he wasn't saying nothing.
He didn't say that, but his body language.
Yeah, like, yeah.
All right, thank you. Any questions based on my questions?
Nothing on people are armed.
No, Your Honor. Thank you, sir. You may step down.
Okay.
Thank you.
People next call Maria Jenkins. And our Sergeant Schmidt is getting at Ms. Jenkins. My laptop just ran out of battery, so I had another exam. Is it possible for the court to play the video of the incident from Ms. Jenkins? Possible. Set that up.
You're gonna send it to me, and you want me to share the screen?
So it's on this drive.
Sure. What are you asking me to do?
To play the video on the court's computer. I'm gonna do that. My computer has run out of battery. I can plug it in, but I don't think it will reach to the outlet.
Why can't you move it over there? Now, please step forward, raise your right hand. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Please have a seat in the witness box right next to you. You can voice up nice and loud, speak into that microphone, get to your loved ones to sit down and just that. Actually, you can pick it up and set it in your lap and speak directly to that. Sit down.
It might be this afternoon, so good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm gonna ask you if you could please state your full name for the record, spelling your first and last.
My name is Maria Jenkins, it's spelled M-A-R-I-A, last name is Jenkins.
Thank you. Now, I'm gonna ask you about a couple of people. Now, first, Justin Caraba, you knew him?
He's my best friend.
and he passed away, correct?
Yes.
And I'm sorry about that. I am gonna just ask you some questions about that day that he passed, okay?
Yes, sir.
So September 18th, 2023, do you remember that day?
Yes.
Now, were you, did you see Mr. Trible that day?
No, I just heard him.
Okay. So what were you doing when you heard Mr. Trible?
I had just brought my mom from work and I just pulled up in front of my building. And I heard it sounded like a bunch of girls arguing and fighting. And then I got out of my car and I started walking towards the gas station and I noticed the car.
Okay, now let me ask you this. So the gas station, do you remember what type of gas station it was?
Exxon.
And do you remember where it was?
So it's on Central and Garden on the corner.
All right.
That's in the city of Detroit.
Southwest Detroit.
And if I showed you photographs of the gas station, would you recognize it?
Yes, it will.
Your first witness, Your Honor. So I'm showing you first what's been marked as People's Exhibit 2. You recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
It's a gas station I live right across the street from.
All right. And then this is People's Exhibit 3. You recognize that?
Yes.
And what is that?
That's the gas station right across the street from me.
All right. Thank you. Now, as you're approaching the gas station, was there anybody anybody else you recognized?
Yes, I recognize, James, Mr. James, so you kind of find her. He was screaming. I walked over there, I came just a man on the ground. They asked me to help. I went over there with my medical license and started helping. His inside of his stomach cut out of green and I pushed him back in and he killed. His arm was disabled off his chest right here. So I had to bring it back down and put a rag right there and pour water there to keep it from bleeding.
Okay, so you were helping Mr. Trible at that point in time?
Yes, I was trying to save his life.
Okay, and he was still alive?
Very alive.
Do you remember, just prior to getting to Mr. Trible, was there anyone you encountered along the way that you recall?
Yes.
And who was that? Remember?
Mr. Chris, that's in the left side.
Okay, do you know his last name?
No, sir, that was his last name. I just know he lived in the towers down the street from me, and I used to see him walk up and down the street, drinking coffee, smoking a cigarette, and talking to him.
Okay, now, you described him as seated to the left of me, did you say? Okay, could you just describe just an item of his clothing, color?
Yeah, some blue shorts.
No, right, I'm sorry, Ms. James, my fault. Can you just describe what he's wearing right now?
He in a green suit.
Okay. Your Honor, let the record reflect that Ms. James did identify the defendant.
So no.
Okay. Now, so we'll go back to the encounter with the defendant. So at that point in time, what was he wearing?
First, blue basketball shorts with a white shirt.
Okay. And was there anything he said?
I asked him what was going on. He said he had to put a bitch down.
And what did you understand that to mean?
That he had to kill somebody.
And did you say anything else?
No, he just threw the knife in the yard and kept moving.
Okay. Now, when he threw the knife, were you looking at him?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Were you able to see that it was actually a knife that he threw?
Yes, it was.
About how far away were you from the defendant? You know?
Just right across the street.
Okay. Now I'm going to show you a couple of photos. Approach, Your Honor.
You may.
Ms. Jenkins, I'm showing you what's been marked as people who proposed 6, 7, and then 8. Do you recognize those? So we'll start with 6. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Which street is that showing? Okay. And does that photo show the area where you saw the defendant throw the knife? Okay. Okay, that's where he threw the knife. Okay. So I'll have you flip over to people's proposed 7. You recognize that?
Yes, that's fine.
That's the house where he threw the knife?
Yes.
Okay. And then I'll have you flip over to people's proposed 8. You recognize that?
Yes, that would be where you get the knife around the ship.
Okay. And then did you get it? Feel enough to look at the knife to be able to identify it as you saw it today? All right. And just before I go to that, people's proposed 6, and then 7, and then 8. Are those true and accurate representations of the area you just described?
Yes, sir.
People would offer 7, 6, 7, and 8 into evidence.
Any objection? No. And then,
And so, Ms. Jenkins, I'm just going to show you people's proposed exhibit 9. Does that look familiar to you? Okay, so that's a true and accurate representation of the knife that you saw the defendant throw?
Yes, sir.
People would offer into evidence people's exhibit 9.
any objection? No. And then,
Now, at some point in time, did you have contact with police officers, Ms. Jenkins? And did you just describe your observations of what you saw?
Yes.
And did you tell them about the knife?
Yes.
And did you observe the officers to look for the knife?
Yes, I'm gonna talk to you about to get the knife then.
Okay. And did they show you that knife you just identified?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what did you indicate to them when they showed that?
That was the knife that was thrown in the yard behind the street.
Now, so you knew Mr. Crava, and you also were able to identify the defendant. How well did you know the defendant, Chris?
Chris, I've been seeing him around the next for about 3 years, but we never had no communication or anything like that, but hi and I got
Approximately how many times do you think you saw him?
probably out of the day, like 2 times, go to the gas station, get cigarettes and coffee. And then he'd be chilling to himself, walking down the street, talking to himself. And nobody bothering him, because there's nothing to eat.
Okay. And that's 2 to 3 times a day you see him?
Yeah.
Okay, like every day?
Yes.
Now, as far as, were you aware that Mr. Crava ever discussed with you having any issues with Chris?
Yes.
What was that?
He said him and Chris got into a fight on a Saturday, which was 2 days before that Monday. I asked him why. He said he did mean to him because he had a video.
Did you say anything about the video?
Yeah, so we take it out and said no.
Okay, and why? So let me clarify though. So the defendant had asked Mr. Crava to take down the video?
Yes.
Okay, and did Mr. Crava say why?
He said he didn't want nobody to see it.
The defendant didn't?
Chris didn't want nobody to see the video.
Okay, did you say anything else about that?
No, that was it.
Did he say why? Did Mr. Crava say why the defendant didn't want anybody to see it?
Objection, pass credence.
Expand on why Mr. Crava didn't want the device. So I'll ask the question again, Ms. Jenkins. Did Mr. Crava tell you why the defendant expressed that he didn't want the video up?
He didn't want his family and them to see or know that they have issues,
And by relations, what do you mean?
sexual relationship.
Okay. So the defendant didn't want anybody to know that he had relations with Mr. Prado?
Yes.
And that fight that they had before, was it physical? Or was it just verbal?
Jackson Lager Foundation.
Did Mr. Brava tell you whether it was physical or verbal?
I said they was just having to argument. They never got physical again, so it was just argument.
Okay. One second. That's all I have, Your Honor.
Cross-examine.
Yes. Good afternoon, Ms. Jenkins.
Good afternoon to you, too.
I'm the attorney representing Mr. Paul.
Okay.
Now, you testified that you might see him 2 or 3 times a day, smoking a cigarette, drinking coffee,
Yes, sir.
and talking to himself.
Just minding his business, do what he do.
Okay. And doing what he does, did that include walking down the street talking to himself?
Yes. Does that randomly?
Did you ever see him talk to anyone else?
He talked to people that he knew. But when he's by himself and walking by himself, and he got his coffee with secret, he just be talking.
Now, on the 18th of September, when you came across Mr. Baldridge, what did he say to you?
I don't know what was going on. He said he had to wait a big shot.
Okay. And what was the tone of what he said? Was he angry? Was he frustrated? How did he say it?
It was more like he was confused. Not angry, little confused that the person that he was talking to didn't comply to what he was asking. He's not a bad guy.
No further questions.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am. You may step.
Thank you. My brother Corey was here. Corey Chase.
Okay.
And Your Honor, people would finally call. People would call Sergeant Stankiewicz. That's Robert Stankiewicz. Is it? Robert.
Sir, please step forward. You have to spell the same. Please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Please have a seat in the witness box next to me. Maybe give me the ready.
Thank you, Judge. Sergeant, could you please state your full name, spelling your first and last?
Robert Brian Stankiewicz, Robert Robert, last name StankiewiczT.
And how are you employed?
Sergeant with the police department in the city of Detroit.
And on September 18th, 2023, were you on duty?
Yes.
And were you called to a homicide scene on that day?
Yes.
Now, do you recall the specific address of that location?
If I remember right, it was 2300 Central.
Okay. And what type of, what was on that property?
That's a gas station.
Now, when you got to the scene, what did you see? Did you see a victim?
Upon arrival, one of my scout cars was already on scene, and I observed a male laying at the driveway south of the building, right at the edge of Berger.
Okay. And did you have contact with that male?
I did not.
All right. Did you get a good enough view of the scene to be able to recall what it looked like?
From a distance, yeah, I could see the male laying on the ground as a white male, and I could see a significant amount of blood running down the driveway into the street.
Okay. And the blood was right in the same location as the male?
Yes.
And may I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
No, I'm just showing you what's been admitted as People's Exhibit 2. You identified, or do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is it?
That's the blood that I observed where the male was laying.
This is the gas station?
Yes.
Now, did you have any information as to whether there was any kind of a murder weapon?
Not at the time upon arrival. Once we were on scene and secured the gas station area, there was updates that were given on our CAD system, which said that the suspect had tossed the knife in a yard north of the location as he was fleeing.
Okay, and then given that information, what did you do?
I began to canvass for the
Okay, and then were you able to find the weapon?
I was.
Okay. Now, were there any witnesses that you encountered during the time you were looking for, or when you found the knife?
Upon arrival to the scene, there was several people. It was very hectic. There were several people that had come up and said that the suspect had run north on the Central.
Okay. Was there anybody you talked to who said anything about it? I'm going to show you what's been marked. Been admitted as People's Exhibit 3. Does that photo show the location where you found the knife?
A little further north there.
Okay. Are there any landmarks you can see in that photo?
Yeah, there's a tree to the left side of the photo, right against the sidewalk.
And then as far as
I'm going to object.
People's Exhibits.
Based on lack of foundation, it hasn't been established that he was the officer.
Can I ask a question? Sergeant Stankiewicz, did you actually find the knife?
Yes.
Okay. So let me show you People's Exhibit 6. Take a look at that. Does that look familiar to you?
Yes, it's getting closer to there.
Now you referenced the tree with respect to the other photo. Is that tree in People 6?
Yes.
Okay. And generally where is that photo?
It's in front of, I guess it's old public house there.
Okay. And then People's Exhibit 7. Is that look familiar to you?
Yes.
Where's that?
That's the yard where I found the
And People's Exhibit 8.
and that's the tree where I found the knife next to it.
And People's Exhibit.
That was the black suspected one.
All right. And then after finding that knife, did you show that to anybody, any witnesses?
No.
Nothing further, Your Honor, although I would just want to make sure people would offer as evidence People's Exhibit 6 and 9. I'm not sure if those were. All right, thank you.
Cross examine.
No questions on this witness.
Thank you, sir. You may step.
Thank you.
this is for the people.
1 second. You're right. So my only issue at this point would be, again, the video I wasn't able to play. Can we approach John?
Yes. Yes. DLC. Yes, sir. All right. That's right.
screen.
Oh.
Right, and then your people would next call Sergeant Jacob Schmidt.
Okay. Sir, please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Thank you, sir. Please have a seat. Thank you. Response. Maybe begin when you're ready.
Good afternoon again, Your Honor, or Sergeant Schmidt. Could you please state your full name, spelling first and last?
Yes, sir. First name is Jacob, Jacob. Last name Schmidt, Schmidt.
And how are you employed, Sergeant?
Yes, sir. I'm a sergeant with the Detroit Police.
And what's your what are your responsibilities with respect to this case?
Officer in charge of the investigation.
And then as officer in charge, you're familiar with all the evidence that's been gathered for the case?
I am.
And then was there video obtained of the incident in question?
There was, yes.
And where was that from?
From the location over there on Central and Bird, that Exxon gas station.
All right. And when that video was obtained, so was the date and time of the incident that the portion of video that was obtained from the gas station?
Yes.
And was this actual surveillance video from the gas station then?
It was, yes.
Now, did you get a chance to view that that video?
Yes, I have.
All right. And Your Honor, just based on stipulation, people would offer into evidence that video, which would be People's Exhibit 12.
Well, we already stipulated to a submission.
I had, Your Honor. Okay. And then move them up. Sorry, I moved them up.
Okay.
Thank you, Judge. Sergeant, did you ever have contact with Christopher Baldridge?
Prior to the incident?
After the incident?
Yes.
During the course of your investigation?
Yes.
Okay. And for what purpose?
When we interviewed him at the Detroit Extension Center.
All right. Now, during that course of that interview, did you show him this video
I believe it's still in the judge.
All right, may I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
So I'm first showing you people's exhibit 10.
Yes, sir.
All right, and then now I'm showing you people's proposed exhibit 11. Again.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, it is.
Okay, what are those?
Those are the still images, which we showed to Mr. Aldridge. That is my handwriting lower end.
Okay. Now, and when you showed him these images, was there anything with respect to the defendant identified?
Yes, he identified himself in both of those images.
Okay. And so first, with respect to 10, can you just describe where he is in that?
In that image, he is on the corner of Central and Verna, right there on the just the outer sidewalk near the gas station.
All right, and then with respect to people's 11, where is he?
Similar location, heading more up Central Street.
Okay. And these are directly from that video?
That is correct.
All right, thank you. And these are true and accurate representations of the photographs that you showed Mr. Aldridge?
That is correct.
One last question. If you saw Mr. Aldridge today, would you be able to identify him?
Yes, I could.
And where is he?
He's sitting right next to the house.
Okay. And just an item of his clothing color?
Green. Green outfit.
Let the record reflect that Sergeant Schmidt identified the defendant.
So noted.
And if he would offer to evidence of people's 10 and 11.
Any objection?
No objection.
Admitted.
And that's it. Your Honor. No further questions.
Leave it, cross-examine.
Just briefly, Your Honor. Sergeant Schmidt.
Yes.
After this incident, you interviewed Mr. Baldridge at the Detroit Detention Center. And was he cooperative?
Yes.
And he answered all your questions?
Yes.
And he didn't dissemble or lie?
Not that we could perceive.
And is that unusual for someone to simply confess like that?
Is it unusual to confess?
Yeah.
Not traditional.
Not traditional. Okay, now, when you observed Mr. Baldridge,
yes, sir.
What was his composure? How would you describe his composure?
Average. Nothing out of the ordinary, I guess. But I would.
Well, when you say average, what do you mean?
Just as much as you or I would.
Well, I hope that I'm never in the Detroit Detention Center. Now, you're interviewing him.
Yes.
And did you have a lawyer present?
He did not.
Did you request a lawyer?
An opportunity was, we provided him his advice to rights. We asked him if he requested a lawyer, at which time he did not request.
Okay. And from your experience, did he appear to understand what his rights were?
When it was explained to him, we went through each line item, myself and Detective Hernandez. He had an opportunity to ask me questions, which he said no. He proceeded to give his last statement.
And that interview is on videotape.
It is.
Nothing further.
Thank you, sir. You may step down.
No further witnesses.
Witnesses are happy with that.
No, Your Honor.
People.
He would move for bind over.
Right, Mr. Baldridge is charged with homicide, murder in the first degree, premeditated, which basically means that he deliberately, with the intent to kill them with premeditation, killed and murdered one Justin Lee Corral. Based on the testimony today, the testimony of Mr. James, who said that Mr. Baldridge appeared to be kind of slow, meaning that he thought that he had some kind of mental issues. And based on Ms. Jenkins' testimony that said that at the time shortly after this incident, he appeared confused. She also testified that she had encountered him numerous times when he would be walking up and down the street talking to himself. The question here for you is to decide whether or not he could have the requisite intent, whether he could have premeditated in this killing. There's also the evidence that Mr. James was wearing a ski mask, which appears somewhat unusual. and might present a threat to someone unfamiliar with somebody wearing a ski mask on a warm September day. Mr. Carrabba left the vehicle. They left, then they came back. So in essence, he was the one who precipitated this incident by getting out of the car. He could have simply driven off. There doesn't appear to be anything that amounts to premeditation or intent. It appears that this is a case where there may have been some issue that may have led to Mr. Baldridge allegedly stabbing Mr. Carrabba, but it doesn't appear to be sufficient to amount to premeditation. So I'm requesting that you do not bind it over as premeditated homicide.
Thank you, Your Honor. So there was adequate evidence of premeditation. So just listening to the testimony of James, so the defendant who actually approached James and Mr. Carrabba's vehicle. So this wasn't initiated by Mr. Carrabba at all. And then what transpired from there, there was a fight, but apparently the defendant had a knife on him. Mr. Carrabba did not have a weapon. Mr. Carrabba did open his trunk. The testimony was that Mr. James looked inside the trunk. There was nothing inside. There was a gun, a knife, no weapon inside. That being the case, Mr. Carrabba didn't even get to the trunk. And we saw in the video, which is consistent with what Mr. James testified to, we see in the video that in fact, Mr. Carrabba doesn't get to the trunk. He engages in the fight, even before making an effort to get all the way. He's not struggling to get to the trunk to get to any kind of weapon. The defendant clearly is going at Mr. Trible with a knife, armed against an unarmed man. Now, premeditation doesn't mean that he had to take days or even hours to plan this out. However, we did hear testimony that there was an argument a couple of days before, and that provides motive. There was something going on between the two. The defendant was upset with a sexual relationship, and the video that was taken during the course of that, he was clearly upset at Mr. Carrabba. He had clearly had a motive to attack, injure, seriously injure, and kill the victim, Mr. Carrabba. I'd also submit to the court the testimony from Ms. Jenkins. The defendant walks by her as she's approaching the murder scene. As he's leaving, as the defendant's leaving the murder scene, you see this in the video as well, and he's walking in the direction down Central, which would be towards Ms. Jenkins. The defendant says, I had to let a bitch down, I just let a bitch down, something to that effect. So taking all that into account, that's clearly consistent with premeditation and sufficient evidence. And so again, people are asking the court to bind over on that charge count.
Okay. So the defendant is charged with one count of first-degree murder, premeditated. The only issue involving this case, as far as I see it, is whether or not the defendant murdered Justin Carrabba with a premeditated intent to kill. I don't think there's any issue that the defendant is the one who committed this murder. Just under what circumstances do we have premeditation? So as I look at the video, and I heard each of the witnesses testify, as I look at the video, it appears as though even if Mr. Carrabba did re-enter the gas station after leaving, he's sitting at a standstill in his vehicle. The defendant walks by the vehicle, behind the vehicle, changes course for some reason, and starts to approach the driver's side door of Mr. Carrabba. Mr. Carrabba then gets out of the vehicle. And according to Mr. James, Mr. Carrabba says something about the defendant having a knife. Oh, you got a knife. And as I look at the video, there's a period of time that the defendant seems to be standing there conversing with Mr. Carrabba. Initially, I don't see anything in his hands as he's walking around and then comes back to the vehicle. I submit to you that during this period of time, he had time to reflect on his actions before he pulled that knife out and before he stabbed Mr. Carrabba. How many times was it? Was it 8? 5, 6, 7. Before he stabbed Mr. Carrabba 7 times. Testimony as I heard it, Mr. Carrabba was not armed with a weapon, although he did in fact pop the trunk, and I think we all know what that usually means, that when you pop the trunk, that you're going after a weapon or you want somebody to believe that you have a weapon. Whatever the case may be, the trunk was popped and the defendant proceeded to stab and fight Mr. Carrabba. The court is satisfied that people have met their burden of probable cause as it relates to the charges contained in the complaint form. The court finds those charges were committed in the city of Detroit. The court finds probable cause to believe this defendant committed. The court relies on what I've just indicated, as well as what the defendant allegedly said to Ms. Jenkins as he was walking away after stabbing Mr. Carrabba. How he just had to put somebody down. Defendant's arraignment on the information will be February 13th, 2024, at 9:00 a.m. It will be remanded to the custody of the Lane County Sheriff. Thank you.
Sorry, that was February 13th.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
You don't have my next picture too.
No.
Have your exhibits, Mr. Carrabba.
Thank you. Right. Okay.
Am I missing anything or something else?
No, just the drive and then I think.
Okay.
Thank you. You don't have any photos?
No. You have everything.
That's the ticket.
Just King's Court. Yeah, he was right. Oh, okay. Well. Let me see. Yeah, I'm gonna have to get a roll of toilet paper.
gonna be in recess to 2 o'clock for lunch. Recess to 2.
Okay, cool, they came again.
Yeah.
Hey, take care now. Good to see you.
As always, Judge King, it was a pleasure.
Pleasure's mine, sir. Always good to have
Even though you were wrong, but that's all right.
you. Even though what?
Even though you were wrong.
I'm never wrong. Never, ever.
Oh, Lord. Oh. Just so long as his family doesn't know who you live.
He's scared. You ready?
I hear you. They're just like, that don't make no sense. But trying to explain things, help them to understand how this works. The witness are across the street.
Think so?
There's gonna be a finding of that he couldn't be held criminally responsible.
Might be a hard sell based on what you said afterwards. Sounded really purposeful.
Not bad. All thanks. See you.
All right, take care.
So long.
Lunchtime, you not eating today? You're not eating today? Yeah. Oh, okay.
Just trying to get this done.
Proceeded to.
I. Next door. Yeah. I definitely.
Oh, did you get my stuff? Are you Margaret?
Yes, I know.
Got my, did you get that email?
No, I didn't get the email.
Okay, so I have the information for you, and I gave it 313, except my numbers, my husband's in 248. So this is the number that I was
Yeah.
given. And I sent it to you a couple times. Well, I never received it.
Oh, on my phone?
Yeah, on your text.
Oh.
Well, I emailed it to an MSN address, and then I did it here. I could just sign you up. I want you to have the information. Do you want to just poke it up and look? See if you got it?
With the $20?
So it's $35 for lunch, and then you were going to catch something you wanted to be present, but it's so you got time. I'm here all week, sure. But it's 35. Brunch.
Yeah, it's good.
Yes. Oh, then just give me 20. Yeah. You sure you don't want to just do the brunch first? You're just.
March.
Look at your text and I want to see. Because you got it. And then it has all like the details and stuff. I'm gonna send myself a text. So 3307730.
That's the bench you can try. Oh, well, this is you.
Click on the link. So here I'm gonna, so this is you, right?
Yeah.
I'm gonna do $20 for gift. I'm gonna put it on here. So you can vote tonight. So we're on the same page.
Your judge tells. He's awesome.
Anytime I'm not here. You can work anytime I'm not here. Okay, so I put myself a message that you gave me $20. Yep. I'll put it in an envelope and then you'll do the brunch later. I'll be here all week.
So I can just sign up with here.
Yeah, go ahead and do it now. We'll do it together. That's so weird. Oh, it's so weird. Well, go to, you want to go try and do it on your MSN, I mean, your MSN, your email. You can do it there too. It's good. That's a good job. That's it. Here, I'm gonna send it to you again. I can sign you up. So you want me to just sign you up? I'll just do it now. But I want you to get it. I can't resend.
I'm taking that one.
Huh?
I'm taking that one. She's driving me.
So here, I'm just gonna do it for you, okay? So you're gonna. And then our.
I was hoping that somebody could open one of those.
Monty.
I sent it there too. I sent it to something else. I thought it was CR15.
No.
That's probably why you didn't get it there, so I'm gonna do that.
So how long do you work for Judge Johnson?
He's probably been there 2 weeks. So it's just.
I saw that.
Really? Were you circuit?
I was a circuit.
Oh, so did you know Ladon?
My girl. Yeah, she's been doing.
Oh, she is over there now, so I got you in here as one. You know what, I'm having problems with the site, so it's not. Just send it. I do have a flyer in a mailbox. That I need to cut. So.
I worked in Montgomery County.
We did. Got it, that's the details.
Yep. Hi guys, what's up? You're for the 1:30?
No, this is not. Yeah, we're all gonna collect it. So I got your 20 and I need myself to know if you're gonna put it. So just go to their page. So it's about, like, tab.
Tavern.
Honestly, yeah. Sunday looks like a different stuff. I don't know. Like, I know I've seen this on Sunday. You at least got the name.
How do I pay for it?
Well, you can give it to me, you put it judge, you put it, put it judged out in the mailbox.
How much do we get prices?
No, it's just one price for 135.
Oh.
Sure. Would you rather do that? So this is the guy.
I'll give it to you.
Okay.
I'm gonna. Okay.
I'll be here on Friday.
Yep.
All right, cool.
So you just worked 2 weeks with him?
Yeah, and then I just volunteered to do that.
I'll work 2 weeks with Judge King because a lot of people. See, you guys been doing, I work, so that's nice. This is different.
Yeah,
That's 28 days.
unless they want it expedited. Right? The capital cases are 28.
It used to be 2 weeks.
They were back,
Yeah.
and we were like, that's.
We would have maybe 4 or 5 cases. Big man bills, like, or whatever, like this. So I would like. So really early, That's just.
My husband, Robert. He did a lot of things. Yeah, he's done a lot. He's done, yeah, he's. Probably not, he actually never likes to. I know.
He looks familiar.
He did a lot of stuff.
I can't tell with the head on.
Yeah, he's not.
I did, he went out to lunch, he'll be back at 2.
Also, the 1:30 this morning.
Oh, yeah. Oh, you were who?
I'm the advocate.
Oh, I'm sorry, I saw that black coat on the.
So the what?
The judge.
Oh,
What are you taking there?
no.
Let me see.
I'm gonna go out here and say it out
But the
loud.
name sounded real, he doesn't do a lot of fence work.
Yeah.
I'm sure you do. All right, I'm gonna let you go, but it was
Okay,
good talking to
and
you. We'll talk again.
I'll bring you money tomorrow.
Yeah.
All right, thanks so much. Perfect. Thank you.
I hate to look and ask this question before that.
What do you need?
Well, King Sebastian is for King Sebastian, but I don't have it. I gotta find out who's in it. I'll get it to him.
It's a murder case.
I know. But sometimes they have family victims. They didn't have any in PBK, so I'm just gonna ask.
Okay, if they do, there might be the witness right
Right.
next door.
Okay,
But we'll get started about 2 o'clock.
okay, if you're not here, I can
Oh,
go.
I'll be here. 35 or 36. I had salad. I just was talking to Kevin. My mail, I can't even get my mail. Goodness.
To the charge.
She got guilty.
I,
I can see how they came back with that because he could use it, even though she didn't per se buy the weapon, as an aiding and abetting. And gross negligence being the standard here, where they grossly negligent in.
They came back with a verdict.
Yeah.
Not guilty or guilty. I said they came back with a verdict. Guilty or not guilty?
They just came back with it.
yeah, well, you won't be on the freeway, right? All of this, I'm the only one who said that.
Come on out, man.
Okay, so tell us.
Got a receipt next to you.
That 5 to 15-year-old.
I
And
didn't
you
hear.
know he has misery.
Is he find her guilty?
Yeah, school
You don't
hurts
know?
you.
No.
I don't know.
No, I have to watch the news tonight.
So no concern whatsoever, don't ask about the gun. Where is it? This picture you drew was just like, that's the gross negligence.
They find her guilty, Judge?
Yes. Pronounce your first name for me, sir. Moose. Moose. Right. Okay. Ready? Calling case 2455351, President Michigan versus Temujin, the Red Hill. Defendant is charged in count 1 homicide, murder, first degree premeditated. Count 2 weapons, firearms, possession by a felon. Count 2 is dead bodies, dismemberment, and mutilation. Count 3 weapons, firearms, possession by a felon. Count 4 fourth degree arson. Count 5 weapons, firearms. Second offense notice. Count 6 felony firearms, second offense notice. Then it has a habitual offender, fourth offense notice, mandatory 25-year sentence.
Dominic DeGrazia on behalf of the people.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Neighborhood Defender Service by Cheryl Quick, PA 3973. We have Community Hill, who's to my left.
All right, tell me your name, sir.
To you.
Today's date time set for exam. Are we ready to proceed?
Yes, Judge.
People have 4 witnesses.
I believe so.
Do you have any treat trial? Sorry about that. Do you have anything before you call witnesses?
I do have a couple matters. One, I would ask for an order of vehicle sequestration with an exception to the officer in charge, Detective Jeffrey Cooper.
Any objections to the OIC remand?
Your Honor, we object if Mr. Cooper or Detective Cooper's on the call, he just has to be treated like any other witness.
Is he going to be called?
Yes.
Can you call my order?
Yeah.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen out there in YouTube land, if you are a witness or potential witness, I'm ordering you to log off at this time.
The next issues that I would move to admit was been marked as proposed exhibit 1, which is a postmortem report authored by Dr. Omar Reyes of the Wayne County Medical Examiner's Office concerning a postmortem examination of the body of Sebastian King on December 21st of 2023.
Any objection?
No objection for exam purposes.
Admitted.
And Your Honor, it was his opinion that Mr. King's death was caused by multiple gunshot wounds to the head. The manner of death was homicide, and he also noted that there were thermal burns to 100% of the body's total surface area in his examination of Mr. King. However, the burns did not contribute to his death. And with that, Your Honor, the council will. I'm gonna start with, people we call Stephanie Camp.
Ma'am, please step forward and raise your right hand. Raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you, ma'am. Please have a seat. Forget the spots right next to me. Voice up nice and loud and speak into that microphone to your left. Okay? Pick up the base of that and place it in your lap and speak directly into it for us. Okay? You may begin when you're ready.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Could you please state your name?
Stephanie Cameron.
All right. Now, I want to ask you about some events that occurred back in December of 2023 involving a person by the name of Sebastian King. Do you remember interacting with him in December of last year?
Yes.
All right. And how did you know Sebastian King?
He's my cousin.
All right. And how long have you known him?
His life.
All right. So, did something happen? Do you know? Did anything ever happen to Mr. King recently?
All right.
Like, is he okay right now, or did something happen to him?
He's deceased.
All right. And how did you become aware that he
I got a phone call from his mom, which is my auntie.
Did you ever go to the medical examiner's office regarding Mr. King?
I did.
All right. And why did you go to the medical examiner's office?
I went and identified my cousin.
All right. And was he deceased when you identified him?
Most definitely, yes.
Okay. And was that in December of last year when you had to do that?
Yes.
All right. Now, prior to that, on December 9th of 2023, during that day at all, did you see your cousin Sebastian King?
I did.
And where did you see him at that day?
He came to my home that morning.
Okay. And without giving me the exact address of where your home was at that time, what street was it?
Sussex.
Sussex Street? Is that in Detroit?
Yes.
All right. Now, when he was at your home that day, did you ever see him take any phone calls from people?
He answered this phone, yes.
Okay, so were you sitting with him when he received this phone call?
He was sitting at the table with me and my cousin.
All right. And did you see him dial someone, or did someone call him?
No, he got a phone call.
All right. And when he did he answer the phone?
He did.
When he answered the phone, did he start talking to the person while you were sitting there, or did he go somewhere else while he was talking?
He got up and went into my living room.
All right. Now, when he went in your living room, could you hear what the person on the other end of the phone call was saying?
Absolutely not.
Okay. Now, when Mr. King came back, did he come back into the room after the phone call was over?
He did.
How did he appear to you when he came back from the phone call?
He was very upset.
All right. Now, what about how he was looking or acting made you think that he was upset?
The way he was yelling on the phone, and I asked him I asked him who made him upset.
All right. Now, hold on one second. You said that he was yelling while he was on the phone?
Yes.
So, could you hear him in the other room from where you were sitting?
Yes.
And now, when you say he was yelling on the phone, could you tell if he had any sort of emotion when he was yelling?
He was just very upset.
Now, would you agree with me, people can be upset in different ways?
I agree.
So, for example, somebody can be upset because they're sad. Is that fair to say?
He was angry, upset,
All right, that's what I was getting. He seemed angry.
very angry.
All right. And without telling me what he said, did you ask him why he was angry or upset?
I replied, somebody made you upset, cousin.
All right. And after you said that out loud, did he say something to you?
Yes, he did.
What did he tell you?
He said, y'all remember my friend T? And my cousin replied, you remember T?
Objection, hearsay. Or what you about to say what the female said.
So, without telling me what your cousin said to him, did he ever say anything in response to what your cousin said?
Yes.
What did he say?
He said his friend, Tumajar.
All right. After he said that, did he say anything about why he was upset?
No.
So, could you hear what he had been hollering about on the phone?
No.
Okay, you just heard his voice, but you didn't hear what he said?
We were in our own conversation.
Okay. When he said Tumajan, did he ever say anything about Tumajan? Like that did he ever say that he had been talking to Tumajan?
No, he just said that was a motherfucker on the phone.
Okay. And at that time, he didn't tell you why he was calling him a motherfucker or anything like that?
No.
Okay. After that day, was there any more conversation between you and Sebastian King about that phone call that day, other than what we've already described?
No.
Okay. Now, if we fast forward to December 20th of 2023, did you see your cousin that day?
I did.
And where did you see him?
In my house.
And was that again on Sussex Street?
Yes.
And was your cousin Sebastian King by himself when you saw him?
Yes.
Do you know what car he arrived in?
Yes.
Describe the car.
A red, Lincoln.
Red Lincoln. All right. And did he come inside the house or did he just stay outside?
He came inside.
How long would you say that you spent with him while he was inside the house?
Was there approximately about 20 minutes.
Okay. Now, did you ever talk to your cousin Sebastian about what he was intending to do there?
No.
Okay. Did he ever tell you where he was going after he left you?
No. He just said he had a few runs to me.
Runs to me?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know what time he was at your house?
I say about 12:35, 11. Anywhere from 12:30, he left me at 12:45.
All right. And after that point, you didn't see him at all after that day?
No.
Okay. Is that the last time you ever saw your cousin alive?
Yes.
Now, this person named Tumajan, had you ever met anyone named Tumajan before?
No.
Okay. Do you see anyone in court today that you recognize as the person as Tumajan?
No.
Okay. I don't have any.
Cross examine.
Cameron, I'm sorry for your loss.
Thank you.
I have just a few questions for you today. If you don't understand one or it's confusing, please just let me know. You said that it was December the 9th when you overheard your cousin on the phone and he was upset.
Yes.
That was a 2023?
Yes.
And so he was angry.
Yes.
He was yelling into the phone.
Yes.
To the point where you could hear him from a different room.
Yes.
And after hanging up the phone, he was still angry.
Yes.
And you said he identified Mr. Hill as being the person he was talking to.
Yes.
And your cousin called Mr. Hill motherfucker, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. The day before the last time you saw your cousin, Mr. King, would have been the 19th of December?
Yes,
You saw him that day, right?
I did.
You saw him pretty much every day, is that right?
I did.
Y'all were very close,
I
right?
did.
And the day that you saw him on the 19th, he had told you that he had been involved in an altercation the day before, right?
Yes.
He told you that that altercation was with, I guess, the father of a friend of his, the mother. Let me rephrase that. He told you that he got into an altercation with the father of a friend's child. The father of his friend's. He's friends with the baby mama and got into an altercation with her child's father.
I don't know what he was toward, but yeah, I heard about the altercation.
Okay, he told you
Just
about it.
so, yes.
Okay, one of them. Okay. And he actually told you that the two men involved, himself and the other man, drew guns on each other, right?
Say that one more time.
He and the man that he was fighting with actually drew guns on each other, right?
No,
You don't remember telling the officer that?
no.
Okay. So he just told you that it was an altercation. Your cousin.
You talking about the window? The lady with the broken window? That's the only altercation that I talked about.
The altercation.
And the fighting act. Which one?
I
Because they don't go together. They two different.
believe, would have been on the 18th of December. So you saw him on the 19th, and I believe your testimony was on the 19th, you had a conversation with your cousin about an altercation he had been in the day before. And that's, my only question is about the fact that there was an altercation.
It was no altercation, the guy put a gun, my cousin put a gun on the guy.
Okay.
The 18th, the 19th was the altercation.
Okay, so on the 18th was when your cousin pulled the gun on the other guy, but then there was a separate altercation on the 19th with somebody else. Okay, I don't have anything further. Thank you.
Any redirect? Good. Thank you. You may start.
Okay, sure.
Sir, please step forward, raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you. Please have a seat in the witness box right next to me. Voice of a nice amount and speak with that microphone is to the left. Thank you. Place that in your mouth so you can speak that with me. So, yes. May you give me prayer.
Good afternoon, sir. I want to ask you about some events that occurred back in December of last year. You remember that time? Yes. All right, now, in December of last year, were you living at 14903 Santa Rosa in the city of Detroit?
Yes.
All right, and who else lived in the house?
Me and my daughter.
Okay. Now, are you familiar with a man named Tumijan Hill?
Yes.
All right, do you see that person according to that?
Yes.
Can you point to that person describing his wearing?
Yes. Mask. Not great.
Sure. The record of the witness is identified.
You recognize the people with the mask on?
Yes.
Okay. So no.
And, did you call Mr. Hill by any nicknames or anything like that? Two. How long had you known, Mr. Hill prior to December 20th of last year?
Our entire lives, we grew up together.
All right, and, would you consider yourselves to be friends with Mr. Hill?
Yes.
Are you actually related to him by blood? Have you ever felt like he may have been like a cousin or a brother to you because of how close you were?
Yes.
All right. Now, how often, going back to now December of last year, how often would you see Mr. Hill around that time?
Every day or every other day, or 2 or 3 times a week.
All right. And is there one place where you would mostly like see him or meet him at, or would you meet him at different places?
We would come over to my home.
Generally, he would come to you, to your house on Santa Rosa?
Yes.
Now, did he have a key to your home?
No.
So if he were to come over, would you have to let him in the
Yes.
door? Okay. Now, would there be times where you would leave him alone in your house while you went and did other things?
Yes.
And that wasn't unusual?
No.
Okay. Now, on December 20th of 2023, did Mr. Hill ever come over to your house then?
Yes.
And about what time was that?
He came over quite early, it was maybe 10 o'clock.
10 a.m.?
10 a.m.
And when he came there, did he come with anyone else?
Yes.
Who did he come with?
This girl.
And you know what her name is?
Angela.
All right. And was it just the two of them that came over?
Yes.
Now, did you see what car they came in? They came to your house.
I think it was in Equinox.
All right, so
Beige.
like an Equinox, is that like a sport utility vehicle?
Yes.
All right, and you said it may have been beige in color?
I think it was her mom's.
Okay, when you say her mom, you mean Angela's car, mother's car?
Yes.
All right. And also around that time, were you familiar with a person by the name of Sebastian King?
I didn't know him. I had heard of him.
All right. Now, how had you ever heard of that person's name?
I had seen him over to the Toon House before.
All right. So if I understand what you're saying, there were occasions where you went to Mr. Hill's house and he was already there?
Yes.
Okay. Is the only connection between you and Mr. Sebastian King through Mr. Hill?
Yes.
Now, have you ever spent any time with Mr. King on your own?
No.
When you saw Mr. King and Mr. Hill together, did they appear to be friends with one another?
Yes.
Okay. I've been calling him Sebastian King. Did you know him by any other names?
I think they call him Bass.
Bass? All right. Bass was not with Mr. Hill and his girlfriend Angela, at least when they first came over, is that correct?
Correct.
All right. So did there come a point after Mr. Hill and his girlfriend came over that you left the house?
Yes.
Describe when about that time that was.
It was around 10:30, 11.
All right. And when you left the house, did you go by yourself?
Yes.
Where was Mr. Hill and his girlfriend when you left?
I left him in the living room.
All right, so when you left the two of them in your house, was there anyone else in your house besides those two?
No.
And why did you decide to let them stay in your house when you left?
I ran some errands. They were good couple as far as me feeling comfortable leaving them home.
All right. Now, when you left your house, where did you go?
I ran some errands. I went to get something to eat.
on the east side, in St. Clair Shores. I went to the grocery store. I went to popcorn factory. Place Spencer was a popcorn.
Now, after you're done, going to the restaurant, grocery shop, and do these errands, do you ever go back to your house on Santa Rosa?
Yes.
And about what time was that?
Maybe 2:33-ish.
And your house in Santa Rosa, does it have a driveway alongside the house with a garage? So if you want to park to visit your house, where would you have to park?
Pull right up in front.
When you say pull right up in the front, do you mean park on the street in front of your house?
Yes.
Okay. And so when you arrived at your house around 2:30, did you go into your house?
Yes.
And when you went in, did you see if anyone was inside the house?
Yes.
Who was there?
So
Was he just there by himself or were other people?
he was there by himself.
Now, did you make any observations about anything in your house that was different from when you had left earlier that morning?
Yes.
So describe what was different.
The house was like in shambles. It was kind of in disorder, like somebody had been over there, arguing, fighting.
All right. So can you just kind of describe specifically, when you say shambles or disarray, like what was specifically different about the house?
The stuff on the floor, stuff strewn around the home, so to speak, the living room. TV stand was broken, like pieces of the TV stand was off, stains on the floor. Just didn't look normal.
Did you ever ask Mr. Hill what happened or why the house was in disarray?
Yeah.
What did he tell you?
He said he got into a fight and that's.
All right, now, did he tell you this like that when you came back at 2:30 or did he tell you this afterwards?
Yeah, as soon as I walked in the house, I asked him what's going on.
Okay.
That's when he told me that they had a fight.
All right, now when you say like he told you that they had a fight, did he describe in any details how this fight happened?
Not at that moment. It just was like they had a fight. We started arguing about it. And I told him to clean my house up and I left.
Now, when you say that you had an argument, are you talking that you and Mr. Hill had an argument?
Yeah, about the way that my house was built.
Okay, so I'm assuming, were you upset that the way your house was now in disarray?
Yes.
Okay. And also around this time, did you own or operate any businesses?
Yes.
And what type of business did you operate?
Carpet cleaning.
Carpet cleaning? Did Mr. Hill ever help you or work with you when you would clean carpets?
Yes.
So, at least initially at around 2:30, when you see this house in disarray, did you see any signs of blood or injuries anywhere in the house?
No.
Okay. So you said that you left by telling Mr. Hill to clean things up?
Yes.
And so, did you actually leave your house?
Yes.
So describe what happened after you left your house.
I left. I still, we only had like a 2-minute, 3-minute conversation because I was, upset. I walked out, I drove to my father's house, which is about 10 blocks. I mean, I don't know how far it is, but I realized that I left my phone.
So when you realized you left your phone, what decision did you make?
I have to go back and get it.
And how long do you think, how much time do you think passed between when you left your house and then you realized that you left your phone behind and you went back?
Probably like 15 minutes, maybe 10 minutes.
And when you arrived back at your house in Santa Rosa, did you notice anything when you arrived back?
Yes,
Describe what you saw.
it was a car parked
On your lawn?
Yes,
All right, and can you describe what the car looked like?
it was a red car.
Was it like a sedan or like a truck or an SUV?
It was
Okay. Had you ever seen that car before or recognized that car?
No.
And is it unusual for people to be parked on the lawn of your house?
No, my house, yes.
Can you describe it all, like, how was it parked on your lawn? Was it close to the house, was it far from the house, was the front of the car facing the street? Can you just describe that?
I can't remember how it was parked, but it was on the line.
Okay. So what did you do once you saw that the car was parked on the lawn?
I asked I pulled up, rolled down my window, and I asked for my phone.
Was somebody outside when you pulled up?
Yes,
Who was outside?
Carl.
Okay. The person named Carl, or that you know to be Carl?
Yes.
Where was he standing when you went outside?
On the sidewalk.
Okay. After you asked this person, Carl, to do this, did you see, what happened?
He just brought me my phone, and I pulled it off.
Okay, so Carl brought you your phone?
Yes,
Now, do you know Carl to be connected in any way to Mr. Hill?
yes.
What's the relationship between Carl and Mr. Hill?
Like family.
Okay. And how long have you known Carl?
On my life.
Okay. Did you see Mr. Hill at all when you came back and the car was on?
I'm not sure.
Okay. So, after you got your phone, what did you do next?
I went to my daughter's game.
All right. You say, was she playing in a sporting event somewhere?
Yes.
All right. When you saw your daughter's game, did you ever go back to Santa Rosa?
Later on that night.
Okay. And was there still a car parked on your lawn when you went back that night?
No.
Did you notice anything different about the interior of your house when you went back then?
It was straight.
Okay. Now, in the course of coming back, having a look at the house, did you notice whether any furniture had been damaged or broken at all that had been broken earlier? No. After that day, did you ever become aware that Bass or Sebastian King had been murdered?
Yes.
And how did you become aware of it?
Soon as over.
All right, so describe, where were you when you had this conversation with Toom about Bass?
When it was about the next day or so, came over and told me he needed to talk to me, tell me what happened in my house.
All right, so you think that this is probably the 21st of December when you're having this conversation?
Around that time.
Okay, it could have been 22nd or the 23rd, but it was around that.
Yeah.
And you're having this conversation at your,
It was the next day.
okay. You're having this conversation on Santa Rosa?
Yes.
And was anyone else present when you were having this conversation with Toom?
I don't think so.
Describe what he told you when he wanted to have this conversation.
He wanted to explain what happened. He said that Bass attacked Angela with a knife. It was over there. Bass attacked Angela with a knife, and he tried to pin the guy off. He kept trying to attack his girlfriend with a knife. He said he shot him.
Toom told you that Toom shot Bass.
Yes.
Okay. Did he tell you any details about how he shot him?
He just said he shot him.
Now, that day on the 20th, Had you seen Mr. Hill with any firearms in his possession?
No.
Did you have any firearms in your house at that time?
Yes.
Did you ever give Mr. Hill any permission to use those firearms?
No.
Did he give you any more information about what happened after he shot Mr. King?
No, I wouldn't let him go into it because of the situation. I told him he put me in a bad situation.
What do you mean by he put you in a bad situation?
Because I knew it was gonna come to this.
Did you even know that Mr. King and Mr. Hill were going to have a meeting at your house? After he told you about this incident that was at your house, did you walk away from him? How did the conversation end?
He just felt like upset that it happened. He felt like that I was gonna call the police, but I tried to just say I stated to him that he needed to call the police.
So you urged him to call the police?
Yes.
Why didn't you call the police?
I didn't see anything at that day to call the police. When he told me afterwards, I wanted to, but I just was hoping that he would make it right.
Do you still even today, do you still feel loyalty to Mr. Hill? But up until that point, when he told you that information, I mean, you would consider yourself very close friends with Mr. Hill?
Yes.
Okay. I don't have any other questions.
Mr. Usher, if any of my questions are confusing, please just let me know and I'll try to rephrase them. Okay. Mr. Usher, you were actually arrested in connection with this case, right?
Yes.
Back on January 18th of this year?
Yes.
You were handcuffed? Sorry, I didn't understand.
Yes.
Taken to the DDC?
Yes.
You were put in a room by yourself?
Yes.
You sat there for quite a while, right?
Yes.
And then two DPD detectives came in and talked to you?
Yes.
They asked you a lot of questions?
Yes.
They asked you about being a single dad?
Yes.
They brought that up a lot, right?
Yes.
Yeah. And in fact, they interrogated you for over 5 hours that day, right?
Yes.
And you told them over and over again that you didn't know what happened on your house on December 20th, right? You told them at that time that it didn't look like an altercation had occurred in your home.
Well, at the time.
Yes, no.
Yes.
And you told the detectives on that day that you never saw her in a car in your yard.
Yes.
Okay. At the end of those 5 hours of questioning, they actually just put you back in the holding cell at DDC, right? You spent the night there?
Yes.
They came and got you again on the 19th, right, those detectives?
Yes.
And then there was a third detective that came and talked to you as well, right?
Yes.
And they interrogated you for another 2 hours, would you say?
Yes.
And at the end of those 2 hours, that's when you ultimately gave the story that you're telling today, right? And you wrote a written statement. Well, sorry, you were talking to a Detective Cooper, is that correct?
Correct.
And he was asking you questions?
Correct.
And you were answering them.
Yes.
And were you watching as he wrote your answers down?
Yes.
And then, did he give you the sheets of paper that he was writing to review?
Yes.
And then, did you review them?
I believe I did.
And he asked you to sign them, right?
Yes.
And did you do that?
I signed a lot of stuff, I'm not sure.
Would, looking at that paper help refresh your recollection?
Yeah.
Judge Manfred? Mr. Usher, having reviewed that statement, does that refresh your recollection? And is that your, was that your signature at the bottom?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you said that you left your house around 11 o'clock on December the 20th in the morning. Okay. And you said when you left, June was there and his girlfriend Angela was there.
Yes.
Fair to say that June came over post phase. I think you testified to that earlier.
Yes.
Okay. Officially, his address was in his mom's house, right?
Correct.
But he mostly stayed with you or hung out at your house. Is that fair?
He hung out there.
You said you went a few different places that morning when you left. You were gone for about 3.5 hours. So about 2:30 in the afternoon.
Yes.
And you said when you got there, your house was in shambles.
Yes.
Like a fight had happened?
It looked
Sorry?
It looked like.
It looked like, okay. You said at that time, Mr. Hill was there, or Tomb.
Yes.
You said you did not see Bass. You didn't see any blood.
See.
Okay. You didn't see a red car
Initially,
when you came home at 2:30.
I'm not sure.
You don't remember if you saw a red car or not?
I think it might have been. I'm not sure.
Okay, you're not sure. And that's fair.
I'm
You
not
don't know, just say you don't know.
I don't know.
Okay. When you got there around 2:30, Bass was not there.
No.
And you don't know when Bass came to your house. You don't know why he came to your house. And you don't know if he just showed up or he was invited. You have no idea, right?
I have no idea.
Now, you said that you came home originally around 2:30, and then you said you had only a 2 or 3 minute conversation with June when you got home.
Yeah.
But you were at your house until almost 3 o'clock, correct?
I'm not sure. If I came home at 2:30, I may have stayed there about, I don't know, it wasn't even 10 minutes of it,
Say 10 minutes you were there,
maybe.
and you said your dad lives on the 1500 block of Sussex, right?
Correct.
And that's where you were headed when you left?
Yes.
And his house is less than 10 minutes away, right?
Yes.
So, did you make it all the way to your dad's house before you realized that your phone was missing?
Yes.
So you drove about 10 minutes, turned around and drove back?
Yeah.
Okay.
I sat in front of the house for a second. I was gonna call him, and that's when I realized I probably left my phone.
Understood. I said, when you pulled back up, is when you saw the red car.
Yes.
Okay, and you said that a man named Carl was on the sidewalk?
Yes.
Now, is there a driveway at your house?
No.
So if somebody's gonna park to come see you, where do they park?
In front
In front of the house, like the curb?
or on the other side.
across the street at the curb?
Mhm.
Okay, is that a yes?
Yes.
Now, I want to go back to the statement that you wrote for the detectives that you signed. Do you remember them asking you these same questions? Okay. They asked you, what did you do when you got home? And your answer was, I retrieved my phone. I did not go in. June came out and gave it to me.
Right.
That was your response to the officers when they questioned you.
Yes.
Okay. But today you're saying that gentleman named Carl was there. Okay. You never mentioned Carl to the officers.
Yeah.
Not the entire 7 hours that you talked to them.
Yeah.
Okay. So was it about 3:30 when you got back to your house and got your phone?
I'm not sure the specific time, but it was. I'm not sure.
Okay. So your daughter had a basketball game that afternoon, right?
Yes.
And that was in Southfield?
Yes.
And so you had a time that you had to be there, right?
Yes.
Is that 4 o'clock?
Yes.
Okay. And so do you know if you made it on time?
I think I was there earlier because I had set up for the sessions.
Okay. And about how long of a drive is it to Southfield? It's Southfield Lakeford High School, right?
Yes.
How long of a drive is that from your house?
Oh, 15 minutes.
Okay. So you think you were probably there by 3:45? Okay. So fair to say you may have left your house around 3:30?
I can't be sure.
Okay, understood. But you're saying that the red car was there at that time?
When I pulled up, we were at Trible.
And the whole time you were there? When you returned for your phone, the whole time you were there, that car was parked in the front lawn?
Yes.
Okay. It's your testimony that you didn't go in your house at that time? Okay. You said it was a couple of days later, I think the 21st, when you had a conversation with Tim when he came to you?
Yes.
And he told you, you said he told you what happened that day, right? That Bassett showed up and there was an argument.
Correct.
And a knife was pulled.
Correct.
By Bass.
Yes.
And was he threatening Angela and him?
City came in Angela.
Kim and Angela, okay. They said that you did not see a gun on June when you'd seen him earlier on the 20th. And in your statement, the detective, and I think earlier in your testimony, I believe you described Toom as remorseful.
Yes.
But you, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
You didn't call the police though. No. Yeah, just a second.
You read right. Thank you, sir. You may step down.
Officer.
Sir, please step forward, raise your right hand. Swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you, sir. Please have a seat with the spots next to me. Here. You may begin when you're ready.
Good afternoon, sir. Could you please state your name and occupation? All right, now on December 20th of 2023 at around 11:45 at night, were you called to the area of 2713 Leslie Street in the city of Detroit?
Yes.
And did you go there with anyone else? Who's your partner? And when you got there, is that a residential area? What did you notice, or did anything get your attention when you arrived?
There was a vehicle parked.
All right, and where was the vehicle located relative to the address 2713 Leslie? And can you just describe, like, what part of the vehicle was on fire, or just describe the fire?
The rear of the vehicle was.
And
Sir, can you speak into the microphone to the left?
might have to actually look.
That's all.
No, it's a big one.
Put it in your lap. Yes.
All right, you said the rear of the vehicle was on fire?
Yes.
All right, and were there any civilians or people standing around the fire when you first got there?
The fire department was there.
Okay, so the fire department was already there?
Yes.
Aside from the fire department personnel who were there any other people standing in the area of the fire?
There was a body in the rear of the vehicle.
All right, so we're gonna get to that in 1 second. I'm talking like people like alive and standing around the fire.
No.
Okay. Now, the fire department was already there. Were they trying to put the fire out?
Yes.
All right, and from when you first arrived, were they ever able to put the fire out?
They were still working on it. We were there.
Okay. Eventually, while you were there on the scene, did they eventually put the fire out?
Yes.
Do you have any idea how long it may have taken them to put the fire out while you were there?
Approximately 20 minutes.
Okay. And after they put the fire out, did you ever walk into the area where the car had been on fire?
I did.
All right, and then you mentioned a body being there?
Yes.
Describe how you saw it.
It was severely burned. Charred.
Where was the body relative to where the car was? The driver?
Behind the vehicle.
All right. Now, can you give us an estimate on like the distance between where the body was to where the car was?
3 to 5 feet.
And were you ever able to determine like the make and model of this car that had been on fire?
Yes.
What type of car was it?
You mind,
If you need to look at that refresher.
It was a red 2017.
Do you know what specific like make of Lincoln that was?
No.
Okay. And is this like a sedan vehicle or like a truck or an SUV?
Sedan.
May I approach you? I'm going to show you what's been marked as people's exhibits 2 and 3. I want to ask you if you recognize this.
Yes, I do.
And people's exhibit 2, is that a fair and accurate representation of the vehicle that you saw after the fire was put out?
Yes.
People who moved to the people's exhibit 2.
Okay.
And people's exhibit 3, is that a fair and accurate representation of the body that you described?
Yes.
After the fire was put out?
Yes.
People who moved to the people's proposed exhibit 3.
Amen. Yes.
So, after the fire was put out, and you were able to see the area around the car, the body that was near the car. What did you do next?
At that point, we requested.
Okay, and then other people eventually showed up and you stayed on the scene for a bit?
Correct.
I don't have any other
Questions, man?
Just a couple. This, car was on Leslie Street, is that right?
Yeah.
And, is it? Sorry, the block of Leslie that that car was found on, how would you describe it? Is it
I'm sorry,
the block of Leslie that the car was located on? How would you describe that block? It's a residential block. How would you describe it though?
residential house.
Are the houses occupied for the most part?
Some.
Where the car was specifically, was our house to the left of it?
Yeah.
Was that a boarded up house?
I don't know.
You don't recall, what about the house to the right, or was there a house on the right?
Yeah.
And do you know if that was boarded up? Did you notice any cars
No, you
parked?
don't know, or no, it wasn't boarded up. No, you don't know, or no, you don't know if it was boarded up.
No, I don't know.
Did you notice any vehicles or cars parked in front of the area where the burning car was?
No.
No traffic leaving from that area? Okay, nothing further.
You correct. Thank you, sir, you may step down.
People would call Sergeant Todd.
This is your last witness?
One more, this will be one more.
That's first name.
Joanne, J-O-H-A.
A-O-P-P.
Yes.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Please have a seat. The spot's next to you. Okay, yeah, you're ready.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Could you please state your name and occupation?
Sergeant Yohanan Todd, sure, please.
And where are you currently assigned with the police department?
Homicide, fatal squad.
Fatal squad?
Fatal squad.
All right, does that deal with vehicular homicides?
Yes.
That unit? All right. So are you familiar with motor vehicles and the different evidence that can be gathered from motor vehicles?
Yes.
All right, and we're January 2nd of 2024, were you requested to retrieve potential items of evidence from a red Lincoln Continental?
Yes.
And did you notice any damage to the Lincoln Continental when you went to see the vehicle?
There was burn damage.
Okay. And what data did you attempt to retrieve from that vehicle?
I retrieved the infotainment system, which is the hardware from the vehicle.
And are you familiar with, I don't know if I call it software or a program called like Burla?
Yes.
Can you just describe what that is?
So Burla is the software that I use to read the hardware that I removed from the vehicle.
Okay. So if I understand you, were you able to retrieve any data from the vehicle?
Yes.
And you took that data that you retrieved and you placed it into a software program called Burla?
The Burla is what is the program that's used to obtain the information.
Okay. So using the program, you were able to download or to analyze the data that was within the vehicle.
Yes, I was able to download the information that's contained within the infotainment system. And that's what I put on a disk and I gave it to Detective Sarah Markle, who imports the information into Cellbrite, which is what's used to view the information.
The data that you were able to retrieve from this Lincoln Continental, did that include GPS data of the vehicle's location?
Yes.
So it did contain navigational data for the vehicle?
It did.
Now, did you yourself analyze that data or did you pass it along to another investigator?
No, I gave that to the officer in charge of the case.
I don't have any other.
Cross-examine.
You thought it was you that you said, actually removed physically the infotainment system from the burned car? Yes. The infotainment system is located where in the car? So it's behind the radio. So there's gonna be a screen in the center console of your vehicle. It's contained behind that. And how do you remove it? I take the car apart. So like a screwdriver, bars, or? Yes, I have specialized tools to take off the trim that goes around it. I pull all that off. And then I get down to the module I need. Module's usually just a few inches, maybe 6 inches by 6 inches and maybe 4 or 5 inches deep. So I take that piece of hardware out of the vehicle. Is it connected to the vehicle by wires? Yes. Okay. And those wires are doing what? Like they're connecting it to the car effectively, or? Sure. So it connects with cell phones. It connects with the vehicle's GPS location. It connects with the vehicle's antennas. With radios, anything that has to do with your radio system and GPS system has to come. Okay. And this module that you removed was not damaged by the fire? The front was had some smoke damage to it. It looked dirty, but it didn't appear to be physically harmed. The wires were all intact? Correct. Okay. When you said that you essentially plug it into some software? So when I take the module itself back to my office, I take it apart so I can get to the actual data. Wow, I'm drawing a blank here. The board that's contained within it. That has information. Circuit board? Right. The electronic circuit board. So that's what I use. So I don't do anything to the outside of the box. I get to the interior of the box. And I use Berlin's hardware and software to extract the data from that circuit board. And I guess my question is, what do you do with that circuit board that extracts data? I'm sorry. What do you do with the circuit board to hook it up to the Berla system? So they use something called a DIB, so that's short for device interface board. So that's a second circuit board that connects to it, and all of that connects with Berla. And then Berla takes, so the information that Berla is receiving is it? It's raw data, right? Yes. So it's code. It's like all zeros and ones. Yeah, that's all in there. So no human. The average person's not going to be able to read that and make sense. So it takes that code and translates it into something that makes sense. Yes. Puts it on a disk. I put it on the disk, but it saves it to a file, and that's what I use. Okay. Now, when we're done with that, what you do with the actual system, the infotainment system, and then the word that you use. So that goes on to evidence. It's tagged. Yes. And then it's stored. Yes. Who has access to it? The officer in charge. Okay. And is it still on evidence? Oh, yes. Okay. I don't have anything for that. Thank you.
Can you redirect? No. Thank you.
Thank you.
Last witness judge should be Detective Cooper.
Good afternoon, sir. Please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Please have a seat for the response. Begin when you're ready.
Good afternoon, sir. Could you please state your name and occupation?
Good afternoon, my name is Police Officer Jeffrey Cooper, currently assigned to the Detroit Police Department.
And is there a special unit or division that you're assigned to?
Yes, sir, the homicide section.
And what is your role in the investigation concerning the death of Sebastian King?
I'm the officer in charge of the investigation.
All right. Now, first thing I want to ask you is about a red Lincoln Continental. Are you familiar with that vehicle in connection with your investigation?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever attempt to determine what the blue book value was of that vehicle, once you were investigating the case?
Yes, sir.
And how did you attempt to determine the value of that vehicle?
What I did was I put up Kelly Blue Book, which is online, it's a public records on database. I entered the vehicle identification number, and it came back that the vehicle was worth approximately $6,700.
Okay. Now, as part of your investigation, were you provided navigational or GPS data from that Lincoln Continental?
Yes, sir.
And did you ever attempt to determine where that vehicle had traveled throughout the day of December 20th?
I'm going to object to any testimony about what the navigation said. They're missing a big piece in getting from A to B or A to C on this, and that the analyst or the tech Sergeant Todd that just testified said that she downloaded it to a disk and handed that off to Officer Markle, who took the raw data and analyzed it. And I have not heard from Detective Markle, so we have no idea what that process is, if it's accurate, if it's reliable, what it is that happens to that data to spit out whatever OSC Cooper is about to testify to.
But that's merely a weight issue. The testimony was that the vehicle was taken from this, the data was taken from this car, was then essentially transferred into a different format for ultimately Detective Cooper would testify that he was able to analyze the data using the format he looked at.
It does go as to the weight as opposed to length. As opposed to this is really.
Your Honor, I would just argue that NRA 901, which is the foundational requirement, hasn't been met because Markle would have to fill that in order to lay the proper foundation for, I believe it's 901-8.
He can testify to this court as to what he received, what he did, the information he received.
Did you ever look at that data to attempt to determine the geographic location of that vehicle throughout the day of December 20th?
Yes, sir.
All right. And when you analyzed the data, did you ever see if that vehicle appeared at the address of 14903 Santa Rosa in the city of Detroit?
Yes, sir.
And do you know approximately what time it first arrived at that address?
Approximately, so it arrived that day, approximately 12:55.
Okay. PM?
PM.
And when you looked at the geographical data of the car, were you ever able to look and was there any indication that that vehicle actually went onto the front lawn of 14903?
Yes, sir.
Describe what you saw.
So happens with the verbal mapping inside the vehicle, the GPS navigation system, and it shows where the vehicle is moving, and it shows the vehicle come up on the line of approximately 248.
Okay. And after it appeared to be on the front lawn of the vehicle, did you see where the vehicle, did it ever leave Santa Rosa?
Yes, sir.
And ultimately, did that vehicle ever pull up into the driveways of any other residences that you were able to determine?
Yes, sir.
And were any of those residents on Leslie Street?
Yes, sir.
So describe what you saw.
What I observed is the vehicle pulls up on Leslie Street. It backs into the rear of Leslie Street at approximately 3:54 p.m. Stayed there for 10 minutes until at 4:04 p.m.
Now, did you continue to look at the navigational data from this vehicle throughout the day of the 20th?
Yes, sir.
And did you ever determine whether that vehicle may have stopped at any commercial businesses?
Yes, sir.
And what did you do with the information once you discovered that it may have been at different businesses?
Once I discovered it was at different businesses, I tried to access Project Daylight location cameras, and that's how I was able to view the video inside the location.
All right. And as you went through the video from these different businesses, did you ever notice any individuals getting out of the vehicle in the driver's seat?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you ever preserve any still images from these different video locations?
Yes, sir.
Now, after it had been driving around going to businesses, did it ever return to the same address on Leslie Street that it had been at earlier? Okay. Ultimately, the vehicle was recovered on Leslie Street, right?
On Leslie Street.
Okay. So at some point, when you were looking at the navigational data, did you ever see it returning back to Leslie Street that night?
So it did return to Leslie Street that night. Absolutely.
And in the course of your investigation, did you ever attempt to retrieve any ring video footage from any surrounding addresses on Leslie Street?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, on January 17th of 2024, did you have the opportunity to speak with a man named Tejumon Hill?
Yes, sir. I spoke with him.
Do you see that person in court today?
I did.
Can you point to that person, describe what's in it?
Raised shirt, white.
All right, for the record, the witness is identified. So the defendant was already in custody when you interviewed him?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so did you go over his Miranda rights with him?
Yes, sir.
And how did you do that?
Soon as I came to the wall, I disappeared and
And was this a standard Detroit Police Department notification of Miranda rights form?
Yes, sir.
And when you were speaking with Mr. Hill, did he appear to understand the words that you were saying?
Yes, sir.
Did he appear to have any difficulty communicating with you?
No.
Okay, had you threatened or promised anything for him to speak with you?
No.
And did he ever tell you, when you're going over the Miranda rights, that he didn't understand anything he was being told?
No.
All right. And after you went through the Miranda rights, did he initial or sign the standard form that you used?
Yes, sir.
At this point, I turn over the floor.
You want to do this voluntariness?
No questions.
Court makes a finding that the statement was normally voluntary, given the receipt.
All right, now, I'm just gonna ask you, if you could just generally say, at least initially, did you ask, or were you present when Mr. Hill was asked about his involvement concerning the death of Sebastian?
Yes, I was present.
All right, so what did Mr. Hill say regarding his involvement in Mr. King's death?
To me personally, when I initially spoke to Mr. Hill, he stated that he was seated on that day. He stated that the two had met up regarding some IDs. He stated that the seated got out of his vehicle and got to another. And he stated that he received a call later, and he stated that the seated had happened.
All right. Now, this, I guess, interrogation of the defendant, this went on for several hours, is it fair to say?
Yes, sir.
All right, so were you in the room with him at each, at every moment of that your interrogation?
No.
But were you outside the room viewing the interrogation?
Yes, sir.
All right. And have you subsequently had an opportunity to view the entire interrogation in its totality?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, after the initial statement, did Mr. Hill ever indicate that he knew who the real killers were?
Yes, sir.
What did he say about it?
Mr. Hill stated that, I can recall, he stated that he knew who the individuals were, but he didn't want to tell us.
Did Mr. Hill ever say whether or not he had entered or used Mr. King's vehicle on the December 20th?
Yes, sir.
What did he say about it?
He said that after the decision had exited the vehicle and got in the car with the stranger, that he happened to see this vehicle.
Did he ever tell you what he did with the vehicle as he was using it?
He didn't tell me exactly what he did.
Okay. Did you ever show him any photographs from any of the businesses that you referred to as having green lighted?
Yes, sir.
And did Mr. Hill ever say whether he recognized anyone in the photographs that you showed?
Yes, sir. He recognized himself.
Okay. And did you ever show him any still images from any ring camera footage on Leslie Street?
Yes, sir.
And did he ever identify anyone in the photograph that you showed?
Me personally said that was him. But he said he saw.
Okay. You said he said that was him?
He didn't say that was him to me.
Oh. So he didn't identify himself in that ring photo?
No.
Oh. Just have one more. Did Mr. Hill ever tell you that he shot Mr. King in self-defense?
Mr. Hill never told me that person.
Did you ever hear Mr. Hill say it?
I heard him say it, yes, sir.
Okay. Are you saying you heard that? By what means did you hear him say it?
I heard over.
On the video?
Yes.
Okay, so you're saying, what video are you referring to?
The interrogation video, when I was talking to him.
Okay, so the person that you saw in the video, do you recognize that as Mr. Hill?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so what did you hear him say that?
If I recall, he stated that the city went out at night and attempted to stab people in the house and ended up getting hurt.
But do you recall whether Mr. Hill, do you recall whether Mr. Hill ever said that he was the person who shot or hurt Mr. King?
I don't recall him telling me. I don't recall him the person.
Okay. I don't have any other questions.
Cross-exam.
Questions? Detective Cooper? Officer Cooper. You were also involved in the interrogation of Mr. Ushery as well, right?
Yes, sir.
Spent a lot of time, right?
Yes, sir.
7 hours? Okay. And in the entire time that you spoke with him, he never mentioned a man named Carl, did he?
The first time, no.
First time being,
The first time we talked to him, we didn't.
okay. The second time would be the following day?
He asked me, we to call when he was doing this investigation.
Okay. And that was much later, a couple weeks later?
Yeah, couple days later.
Days later, but never in your the initial 2 interrogations. And you took a statement from him, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't put that in the statement either. I don't have anything else.
You're right. Thank you, sir. You may step back.
Your Honor, I think there are a couple of agreements. At this point, I'm moving to admit People's Proposed Exhibit 4, which is a Detroit Fire Department investigation report authored by investigator Lieutenant Devin Franklin Smith, and I'm moving to admit that document.
No objection for exam purposes.
That report indicates that fire was classified as incendiary with malicious intent and deliberately committed to conceal or destroy evidence. Can I present it to the court?
Yes.
Then I believe there is a stipulation for the preliminary exam only that the defendant had previously been convicted of a felony and was ineligible to possess a firearm at the time of these alleged offenses.
Yes, I saw the certified copy.
Court receives that stipulation.
And with that, Your Honor, the people will rest.
No witnesses.
Your Honor, I move to bind the defendant over as charged.
We're going to object to bind over, Your Honor. Specifically, start with the homicide, murder in the first degree premeditated. I do not believe that there is sufficient evidence in this record for even a probable cause determination of premeditation, which is a required element for homicide in the first degree. The only person that puts a gun in Mr. Hill's hand is Mr. Ushery, who testified today. He was questioned for 7 hours or 2 days. And a lot of what he testified to doesn't really add up. This timeline simply doesn't add up with what the officer testified to as to when the red car was at the Santa Rosa address and when Mr. Ushery said he was at the address and didn't see the red car, but then later said that he did see it, though it had already left.
Confused me, as you said, there's no evidence of premeditation. If you start talking about things that go as to identification as the defendant. So are you saying that this was not a first-degree murder premeditated?
Exactly, Your Honor. And I don't think there's any evidence in the record stating that it is, because if we take Mr. Ushery's testimony as he stood here today and testified, he testified that what he knows is that, or what he was told is that Mr. Hill told him that Bass showed up at the house, or that there was some kind of altercation. He saw evidence of an altercation. The house was in disarray. TV was broken. TV stand was broken, and that he had said that Bass had pulled a knife on Angela, I believe, who is, he testified was Mr. Hill's girlfriend. We also heard testimony from the officer in charge who said that that's also what Mr. Hill said. Now, I don't know that that's enough for a self-defense claim, and certainly that's not for this court to determine, but it does go to negate intent to murder. If there's an altercation, and there's evidence of an altercation, then you have mutual combat potentially. Somebody pulls a knife and there's one pull. Pardon me?
Wouldn't that be a question of fact to be determined by a trial effect?
No, because it's a lack of premeditation. There's no evidence of premeditation. That's
A
an element
rational
that
trial effect could find that that was adequate provocation, or that there was a defense of others or a self-defense claim there, or they could find otherwise. That's the very essence of the question of fact.
well, it's the prosecutor's burden to provide some sort of evidence of premeditation. That's
Who has the autopsy report? Do you have it right now?
I have, Judge.
Let me see.
there has to be some thought beforehand. An intent to kill, and I believe the Michigan jury instructions state that it's defendant intended to kill, and that this intent to kill was premeditated, that is thought out beforehand. There's absolutely no evidence in this record that indicates that Mr. Hill premeditated the murder of Mr. King. There's no evidence of that, Your Honor. And so we would object to the fine over.
That's just as to the first degree murder?
As to the first degree murder, I think that there's.
The other counts?
Your Honor, I don't think that there's enough evidence also to, by probable cause standard, to bind Mr. Bass or Mr. Hill over on the fourth degree arson or count two, the dead bodies, disinterment or mutilation. There's nobody that testified that Mr. Hill set the fire or that he was present when the fire was set. There's simply no evidence in the record of eyewitness testimony putting him at that scene.
Mr. Nebraska.
Well, regarding the premeditation element, I would refer the court back to the testimony of Ms. Cameron, who testified that prior on December 9th of 2023, she had been present when the decedent had a phone call with a man named Damon, which is obviously an unusual name, and that he was very angry and upset after the phone call. So it leads one to a reasonable inference that there had been some sort of conflict or bad blood between the two parties. And then you also have the autopsy report, which indicates he was shot twice in the head. Obviously, this had been some sort of self-defense issue by shooting a man twice in the head. And then you have his actions after the fact. Obviously, I think we pieced together a picture where the defendant admitted to Mr. Ushery that he shot the decedent. the decedent, I'm sorry, Mr. Ushery saw the vehicle backed up on the front lawn of his house, or at least parked on the front lawn of his house, supported by the navigation records from the vehicle itself. The defendant is seen and admitted to Detective Cooper that he was in possession of the decedent's vehicle, that he was driving it around all that night, and you have the testimony from Detective Cooper that the navigation system showed that vehicle going from Santa Rosa to Leslie Street, and that the vehicle parked up in the driveway of that house where the vehicle and the body were ultimately found. And that after that occurred, the defendant was observed on video using the decedent's vehicle, driving the decedent's vehicle. Leads one to a reasonable inference that the defendant shot Mr. King inside Mr. Ushery's house on Santa Rosa. He put the body inside the vehicle. He went over to Leslie Street, dropped off the body, then went around town, and then came back later that night, burned the body and the vehicle in an attempt to destroy evidence. All those things point against a claim that this was somehow justified with self-defense. It was instead part of a plan to murder Mr. King and then destroy evidence to defeat any sort of investigation or connection between himself and Mr. King's death. So I think when you look at the totality of circumstances, it does give rise to a question of fact about whether the defendant planned this murder, whether he had bad blood and a motive to kill the decedent, and whether his actions after the fact demonstrated an intent to cover up his crimes and get away with his crimes.
As it relates to count one, first-degree murder, premeditated. That indicates that there's little to no evidence that this was a first-degree murder premeditated, even though we have the decedent, Mr. King, of relation, Sebastian King, was shot twice in the head and burned in the vehicle. The medical examiner tells us that he died of gunshot wounds to the head. Yes, we don't have an issue as to the identity as to who ultimately shot Mr. King, that the defendant allegedly gives statements that he's the one who shot Mr. King and maybe even gave a reason for doing so, whether it was defense of others or defense of himself. There's no issue as to who the perpetrator is. So the question is whether or not there was premeditation. Now, I don't necessarily buy the whole thing with having argument. I think you said on the 9th, December 9th. It doesn't necessarily mean that there's some bad blood. They had an argument sometime prior to that. He had an opportunity to premeditate and do this. Necessarily get that. What other evidence do I have to hang my hat on if there was premeditation here, other than the 2 gunshot wounds to the head? So the only other explanation the court has is what was stated by the defendant, which gives us some kind of story about him defending, I believe her name is Angela, him defending Angela. Because Mr. King was coming at her with a knife. First-degree murder premeditated is lacking in premeditation, honestly speaking. I have to decide these cases based on the law, not on emotion. Although somebody with my last name has lost their life, I can't base my decision on pure emotion. I have to base it on the evidence that's been presented to this court. Evidence that's been presented to this court does not support premeditation. We do have at least a second degree murder. The question of fact that's the second degree murder for count one. I don't think count two can seriously be questioned. Dead bodies, disinterment, and mutilation. His body was burned in the vehicle to a crisp. Body was burned as well as the vehicle was burned. Count three. I think we have evidence that the defendant was in possession of a firearm. At the time he was a felon, he did not have his rights to own or possess a weapon restored. The court finds that people have met their burden of probable cause as it relates to count one, second degree murder, count two, dead bodies, disinterment, and mutilation, count three, weapons, firearms, possession by a felon, count four, fourth degree arson is a no-brainer, as well as count five, felony firearm, sentence enhancement, and second offense notice, count six, felony firearm. Court finding those charges were committed in the city of Detroit. The court finding probable cause to believe this defendant committed will bind the defendant over to Wayne County Third Court Criminal Division for proceedings. His arraignment on the information date and time will be February 13th, 2024 at 9 o'clock a.m.
Was active. It was active.
Yes, sir. Hey, what's up? Good, how are you?
Yeah, I thought I would see you Sunday.
What was Sunday?
We had our leadership brunch.
I didn't know about
Oh, you did?
that. I've been left out the loop.
Okay, I'll make sure you go.
You know I would have been there.
Okay, that's just fine. Thank you.
Did you come back for some reason? You need something?
No, one of the witnesses here, I have worked with. So,
Oh.
so I was just.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm just taking my time to family, plenty of time to take it.
Take your time.
I'm sure I'm not their favorite.
I ain't got it yet.
Yep.
You know, let me pay you this way, complaints are going.
That is no problem.
The rest of you.
All right, have a good one.
I'm sure. I wouldn't expect no good. Do it, and I gotta do that. Do something else. But I told her.
Well, that concludes the docket for today, folks. Hope to see you tomorrow, same bat station, same bat station.
That's what I'm saying. Keep it going.
Yeah, man. Go ahead.
Give the paperwork to do it.
Brady, you.
Yes. I can't do it tomorrow, though. Tomorrow we have to finish. Yes. Tell them to do it 2:45.